Once I realized, okay, I don't want to be a biomedical scientist. I want a job that will challenge me and is different every day. And I was really thinking about it, and I was like, damn, my parents were right. I think I'm going to become a teacher. And honestly, it is the best decision I've ever made. When I'm not marking, planning lessons or observing lessons, most of the time you will find me down in the gym or the sports hall coaching the basketball academy. One of the things that has most excited me about coming to this specific school. They started the basketball academy. They had that in mind when they saw my CV, and they were really excited to work with me, and it's been a fantastic experience.
Also put in a tremendous performance, the Brunel student. She got 8.33.
Well, hello and welcome to the second day of action here at the BUCS Athletics Indoor Championships, live from Sheffield. And a day of action to whet the appetite yesterday, with gold medals being awarded in the 60 metres and 60 metre hurdles events. Today we'll be using a lot more of the 200 metre oval, this tight bank track that produces some brilliant racing and some drama as well. So BUCS Nationals weekend, that's the hashtag BUCS Nationals to get involved on social media. The Roster Athletics app, ROSTER, is where you can find all the results and keep up with what should be a frantic day of track and field action. As well as that, have a look on the BUCS website, social media channels, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, possibly even LinkedIn as well if you're that way inclined. Might even be young enough to use Snapchat. I tend to think that's a load of nonsense, but there we go. So don't forget, this is so often where we see the Olympic, World, European, Commonwealth competitors of the future, and to some extent of the present as well. We saw Hannah Breyer win her third BUCS 60 metre title last night, and she will be joining us on the stream hopefully in an hour and a half's time. So getting underway this morning then with heats of the men's 1500 metres, of which we expect to see 6, and that will be followed by 4 heats of the women's 1500 metres, 400s, then 800s. They kicked off yesterday with heats, so it's semi-finals, and well, that's similar to what we have later. These semi-finals will come up at 3:45. And then of course we have some relay action. So just taking a look then at who is in this first heat. Leading the way is Matthew Hoochel of Swansea in the green and white, and Remy Adebayi is behind him. So Adebayi produced a thrilling race 2 years ago. BUCS indoor champion in 2020. And here's a lifetime best of 3:40.36. Also in this, Nathan Goddard of Exeter, Liverpool John Moores, Keelan Hopewell, Jamie McKinnon of Stirling, well, Strathclyde STR, Hallam's George Phillips, Coventry's Jamie Harper, Leeds Beckett's Adam Knights, and Imperial's Oliver Barbarese and Ewan Bate of Leeds. So Remy Adebayi with European experience as well. He was a finalist in Sweden at the European Under-20s 2.5 years ago. Interestingly, I mentioned his PB of 3:40. 3:39 is the Wales Commonwealth Games standard. So he's very close to that. Oliver Barbarese then, who is also Welsh. now in front, and Alibi just happy to sit on his shoulder, with Hoochel in third place there. So 2:15.39 with those 2 laps completed. So it's 4 laps completed, getting confused with the longer 400-metre outdoor track. So still Barbarese from Adebayo and Hoochel. George Phillips of Hallam there in 4th place. And then it's Exeter's Nathan Goddard. Now it's the top 3 qualifying automatically for the semi-finals this afternoon, and then 3-time qualifying spots across all of those heats. And they've actually changed from the initial expected 6 heats. It's now just the 5. So quite a pack of athletes we're seeing here. Pace, though, beginning to lift. That's driving up the noise inside the stadium. Early morning, so early morning if you're a student, of course, but to get down here and cheer on, they know it's close. So coming round to hit the bell, 3:34 on the clock. And now Adebayo pushes on as we expected he might. Oliver Barbarese still just about in second. Hallam's George Phillips in third. Hoochel gritting his teeth and driving through the back straight. Remember, he's in 4th, top 3 automatic qualifying places. Adebayo Bath winding down for him. Barbarese comes through, and Phillips gets that 3rd spot just ahead of Hoochel. 4:05.42 showing on the clock there. So also finishing reasonably well was Jamie Harper there of Coventry, who kept himself within the lead group. So it started off quite leisurely pace. Adebayo picked it up and did enough to make it through. Of course, 2 rounds in one day. I'll have to have a look at whether anyone's doubling up at the 8 and 1500. I think that would be pretty much impossible. It would involve 3 fairly compact rounds in one day, and 1 set yesterday. There are a few that were entered on both, but there are also possibility of substitutions there, or pulling out of one. So 4:02.17, the confirmed winning time that has just come through. So the whistle goes for heat number 2 of the men's 1500 metres, and in this one we have Prince Larier, Edward Pettit, Elliot Moran, Jack Wadsworth, James Hennigan, Alistair Copland, Milan Campion, Jack Wright, Killian Doherty and Xavier Booth. So they are now underway on this 200-metre track. And straight away it's a bit of a battle to try and get in front. Initially it was the Birmingham man, Elliot Moran. Now fighting with him is James Hennigan, who's just about in third spot at the moment. James Hennigan, the Welsh indoor champion. Lifetime best of 3:41.66. Elliot Moran was actually the steeplechase silver medalist at the England Under-23 Championships last year. It has a best of 3:50. Obviously steeplechase not taking place indoors, so that's why we will see a bit of diversity among these 1,500 athletes and a 3,000 later. Same is true for the 400 hurdlers and the flat 400. So James Hennigan in a good position. Also Cillian Doherty of Cambridge. Elliot Moran also in this lead group, planning out a similar way to which the first heat did. So it's the Oxford man that is in front, Milan Campion, coming through with 4 laps to go. Just under 2 minutes on the clock. This is the first 1,500 of the year for Moran, who's just tucked in there in 4th place. He was also a medalist at the England Senior Championships in the steeplechase, where he was 3rd. So Campion still content to stay out front. You wonder whether they'll just sit behind and wait for the bell or before. James Hennigan looks keen to push on now. Bit of a gap starting to open up. Moran goes with this. Now line astern down the back straight. So Oxford from Cardiff, from Birmingham, from Cambridge. Campion, Hennigan, Moran and Doherty. So 400 metres remaining. Jack Wadsworth of Northumbria now moves up into 4th. Xavier Booth of Sunderland is also in this group. So a top 3 starting to break away. Can anyone do anything about that? Hennigan motoring away towards the bell. Hennigan, Moran and Campion. We saw some athletes swallowed up a little bit in the 800 on the last lap of the heats. And it's Jack Wright of York who's trying to take that 3rd spot. And Jack Wadsworth of Northumbria goes past him. So the 3rd spot really is the one that could change in these last few metres. Look at Wadsworth trying to come through as Hennigan from Moran, they qualified. And further behind, coming through, it is Wadsworth of Northumbria. So 4:03.04 is the confirmed time. So it was 4:02.17 prior. So good run there from Hennigan and Moran in particular, and then Wadsworth timed that one really well to come through at the finish.
So 2 athletes still to complete their race. And then I'll give you the official winning time.
So, a couple of athletes still finishing here with 1 lap to go. Well, the great thing about BUCS is that effectively if you're the student athlete, there's a real opportunity for everyone to come and compete and get to grips with this kind of atmosphere, this kind of event. And you always see the applause when the last athlete comes home, out of respect and courtesy. So this is Xavier Booth of Sunderland getting a great applause.
Through the field. I haven't picked up on any DNS on this third of the 5 heats, so we should have 10 athletes out there on the track.
On to heat 3 of 5 of the men's 1500 metres. So once again, top 3 going through automatically, and then 3 time qualifying spots available. So in this one we have Connor Anderson of Doncaster, Cardiff Met's Harry Dial, Gloucester's Isaac Naismith-Miller, Strathclyde's Kieran Pugh, UHI's Luke Davidson, Luke Duffy of Loughborough, Harry Digby of Brunel, Daniel Brookling of Swansea, Joe Blacknell of Birmingham, and Bangor's Alex Mosley. So Luke Davidson leading now, coming up to the 400 metre mark in at 67.2.
So the leading three at the moment with Davidson, Luke Duffy of Loughborough, and Dan Brookling of Swansea. Luke Duffy, of course, a member of that gold medal winning team in the mixed relay at the European Cross Country Championships in Ireland just before Christmas.
So Daniel Brookling of Swansea at the front. His only race this year is in Cardiff in January. 3:50.22 ran there, lifetime best of 3:48.37. Luke Duffy, one of Loughborough's biggest hopes in this. 8th at the British Championships a couple of years ago, 3:42.33 at best. So 2:13.6 through 800, now with 3 laps to go.
Dan Brooklyn now leads 4 athletes away from the rest of the field.
So 2 laps to go, and the Swansea man Daniel Brookling in front from Luke Davidson, Joe Blacknell and Luke Duffy. They're the top 4 hoping to go into 3. So someone's going to be unfortunate and miss out as they prepare to hit the bell. Quite a gap behind. It's the Strathclyde man that's in 4th place, Kieran Pugh. Joe Blacknell now moving to the front, overtaking Brookling. And Luke Duffy trying to get that 3rd spot then. So Blacknell looks like he's going to follow Moran through from the last heat, the other Birmingham man. And then Brookling makes it through.
So Joe Blacknell, Dan Brooklyn, Luke Davidson look to be safely through to the next round. The trackside clock showing 4:09.87. Well, again. Bring that time in just 1 moment. Thank you to the team of timekeepers.
Yeah, so just having a look at the last part of that last lap. So we got Blacknell of Birmingham in front here, Brookling of Swansea, and then that 4th athlete missing out. You can see there Duffy gets 3rd place. Someone just going down the stairs there on the camera, and Duffy is through to the semi-finals along with Brookling and Blacknell. So this then is heat number 4, the men's 1500 metres. So Simon Coppard is in this for Loughborough, one of those who was initially entered for 8 and 1500 and only doing the 15, so that makes sense. As I was saying earlier, he is the 2020 England under-20 indoor champion, won 48.70. This is 800 best. Oliver Lill also in this, the St Mary's athlete, and he was actually the silver medalist at England under-20 championships 2 years ago. 3:48.36 new PB this year. So the others in this: UCL's Brodie Denholm, Northumbria's Angus Mackenzie, Brunel's Joshua Poncia, Marcus Chantry of Durham, Will Aitken of Exeter, Mackenzie Woodward of Liverpool, Tyler Dow of UWS, University of the West of Scotland, and then Surrey's Will Harding. So straight to the front is the dark green Exeter vest of William Aitken. And then St Mary's man just behind, and that is Oliver Lill. So those blue and white stripes of St Mary's. So many impressive middle distance performances over the years. As I was saying yesterday, the Surafel brothers, Adele Tracy and others. Rowan Axe, team to remember, was part of a thrilling 1500 final a few years ago. Went on to be a Commonwealth athlete. So field starting to string out a little bit more than we've seen in the last few heats of the 1500. One more to go after this, so top three going through automatically, and then 3 time qualifying spots. Aitken of Exeter, Lill of St Mary's, and then it's the Loughborough vest of Simon Coppard. Marcus Chantry of Durham in 5th. So he's trying to manage that gap at the moment. Well, you sense the top three getting away. 2:12.33. Really getting away now. And Chantry, that gap is opening up to the 4th place man all the time. And Tyler Dow, who's an American athlete, is still in 5th place, and he's not able to close up to the top 3 either. So let's see whether William Aitken has judged this one right. 2 laps to go, he's building that lead. Simon Coppard is there, Oliver Lill is there. So Lill with that 3:48 lifetime best. So at the moment he has got an automatic qualifying spot, as is Coppard. Coppard, who ran 3:51 in Sheffield here last month. Lifetime best of 3:43, so Aitken hits the bell. He's done extremely well here. And he's not going to let up at all. Chantry actually closing that gap up to the back of Oliver Lill and Coppard. That's really interesting, because I did not expect that at all, but he might have judged this race extremely well, just to hold back and hold back to the point where they might have got away from him, but actually he's really closing, and I'm not sure that Lill and Coppard are quite away with that. Coppard's aware now, he pushes on, as does Lill. In the end, Chantry, well, yes, he saved something for the last lap. Very interesting. 4:04.53 showing on the clock, and that nearly worked perfectly for Chantry. And Coppard almost put his hand up as if to say, okay, there's someone behind me, let me ramp up the gears now. So we're looking at looks like the Northumbria vest of Angus Mackenzie, another vest that's changed quite a bit over the last few years. And Mackenzie comes through.
in for his final heat. We have 2 DNS, so 8 athletes to contest this 5th and final heat of the men's 1500. Unsurprisingly, we then move to heats for the women's 1500. This first qualifying round of the women's long jump due to start at 10:40.
Here we go then, heat number 5 of the men's 1500. We have Justin Davis of Bath, Owen Hibbert of Leeds, Liverpool John Moores, Ethan Dunn, Oxford Brooks Josh Mulley, Freddie Richardson St Mary's, Adam Ede of Cardiff, could be Adam Eade, Cian Evans Cowie of LSC, Aaron Enser of Cardiff, David Corker of Bristol, and Key Francis of Gloucestershire. So Freddie Richardson of St Mary's, we've already seen Oliver Lill qualify from the previous heats. Richardson, first race of the year, 3:47.32 at best. That was at last year's British Mileage Club Watford Grand Prix. You can see already that Justin Davis has come towards the front. And it's the green Leeds vest of Owen Hibbert with him. Aaron Enser of Cardiff there in 3rd. And then Richardson right with him. So coming through 400 metres in 61.98. So that pace kind of reflected in the fact that you've got 5 athletes right with the leader, whoever that is, because it's changing second by second between the taller figure of Davis and Hibbert. So they're really battling for space now. Justin Davis of Bath perhaps wants a bit of space in the lead, so they aren't pushing their shoulders out and making contact with one another. So 3.5 laps to go. 2:19.79. The split time as Davis still grows that gap. 3 to go. Richardson in second. Enser still there. Hibbert now back to 4th. So Justin Davis now stronger and stronger. English school silver medalist. A lifetime best of 3:47.26. Was set in Cardiff last month. So Hibbert now in 3rd. with Richardson in second, and it's going to take something very special on this last lap for anything to change in that regard. It's Adam Eade in fourth place. He's not closing at the moment, not in the way that the Durham athlete was in the previous heat, Chantry. Looks like we're going to see another Bath athlete and another St Mary's athlete qualifying. 4:10.10, so that's going to make it difficult for Adam Eade to qualify based on the comparative times between the heats.
So this first qualifying pool in the women's long jump, about to go. Starting slightly early, about 5 minutes early. The qualification mark is 5 meters 90. If 12 athletes from across the two pools do not achieve that qualifying standard, it will be the top 12 who qualify for the final. The scoreboard will give you all the information you need, and then out on the runway to warm up for their long jump competition due to start at 10:50. Our next series of heats for the women's 1500 metres, they too will start at 10:50. So we can keep an eye on the qualifying round of the women's long jump. distance. Just waiting for her distance to come up on scoreboard. She finished first at the recent last event. And second in the Welsh Indoor Championships, having taken the title in 2018. Oh, it's opens up with 5 metres 93. Put the tracksuit on. She had a lifetime best of 6:05. She got last year for the World Championships, finished second. So she's clearly in very good form. She competed back in her first jump in the qualifying pool. Looking forward to the final. An update on the women's 1500 metres. There are now just 3 heats and there will be no semi-final. Today it will be qualification through to the final. So women's 1500 metre competitors, if you are in the warm-up area, the reseeded races, 3 heats. They haven't been posted, will be posted very shortly. And I suspect that they have been posted because I've just received them. And they are also on the roster app. We have got that downloaded. Might be helpful to do so. Josie Mcdonald, so her introduction, very good days tonight. Taking that silver in that personal best in the 60-metre hurdles, and particularly as well. Southern Indoor champion a few weeks ago, jumped 6 metres 17. first round record. 6:09. I'm looking forward to this women's long jump final.
So good morning and welcome to the second day of action. We're watching qualification for the women's long jump. Just seen Jodie Smith, who won a silver medal in the 60-metre hurdles last night. She's just jumped 6:09. Jodie, who of course is a heptathlete and someone who I believe has the Commonwealth Games standard, but be very hotly contested for places of that. Ellen Barber, taking place in the shot put this weekend, I believe, also has the standard, and be interesting to see whether KJT, Katarina Johnson-Thompson, the defending champion, will want to take her place. Otherwise there'd be three women who would want it. Holly Mills, for sure, would be one of those. Neve Emerson has been injured for a couple of years, and be interesting to see whether she will come back in anger this year. So interestingly, there are now just 3 heats of the women's 1500 metres. So we've lost one, similar to how we lost heat of the men's, and that means that they will go straight through from the 3 heats to the final, with no semi-finals, which were scheduled to be just after 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we're live with women's long jump qualification. 5:90 is the automatic cue mark, otherwise it will be the best 12. So we are looking at athletes 2:20, that's Bria Cook of Aberdeen. So just waiting for these measurements to come up on the scoreboard. Then you can look at results on the Roster Athletics app. They were coming through very fast for the 60-metre final. May take a bit longer until they all come through from the end of the long jump qualification. So hopefully we'll get a sight of this scoreboard. So let's see, turn around this scoreboard please. Let's see. So 4:92 for Bria Cook. Katie Shingler of Durham jumping now. So another somewhere around the 5-metre mark. Looks like the men are warming up for their qualification, which is set to start in around 5 minutes' time. You're watching live coverage then of the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships from Sheffield. There's also live swimming coverage across all 3 days. Lots of finals to come tomorrow. So waiting for the measurement to come up again. 4:59, so actually a bit less than looked on the naked eye. Next to go is Aino Hovinen, King's College London. Hovernan's measurement is 4.79. The Finnish athlete. So she's a graduate intern at King's College. The background as a history student. Sophie Bareham of Cardiff. So hoping to see Lucy Hadaway and Becky Chapman, the two past British senior medalists involved in this, and gold medal contenders potentially. So 4.66 for Bareham. A jump this time that looks like it might be a bit closer to that 590 mark. And that comes in from athlete number 856. And 856, if we have a look on the Roster Athletics app, is Josie Mcdonald of Glasgow. We're very close to a lifetime best there, McDonald's. .508 it is. Her best at 4.85. So athlete 3.48. That's Louisa von Schnitzler of Swansea. So Jodie Smith jumping over 6 meters before, and a lot of these jumps have been around the 490, 470 sort of mark. So at the moment she's looking in a great position. Von Schnitzler 446. This is the first round of jumps. So we'll stay with the long jump and bring you the action exclusively for the moment, which is great. So next athlete here for Exeter, 1.239. So apologies to athlete 1239, but the number isn't in the database. Sometimes the higher numbers are late substitutions. 8.55 though, I can tell you that's Edinburgh's Liberty Hughes. So Hughes was 8th of the Scottish Student Championships in Glasgow. That was last weekend. So Liberty Hughes, lifetime best of 5:48, 5 metres this year. And towards the 5 metre mark, and at the moment it's looking like 5:90 isn't going to be needed in terms of qualification. Okay, so we've had a bit of a reseeding then of the women's 1500 metres with 3 heats coming up rather than the 4 that were initially scheduled. So we have in this one Emma Downey of Cardiff Met, Mia Butler of Edge Hill, Emily McNichol of Strathclyde, Charlotte Grace Clare of Edinburgh, Holly Newman of Oxford Brookes, Leeds Molly Butterworth, Maddie Elliott of Cardiff, Sabrina Cena of Birmingham, Anna Anderson of Cambridge, and Bristol's Emily Field. So this actually is looking like quite a strong heat. You've got Sabrina Cena, perhaps the standout name, 4:14 at best, England under-23 champion last year, and a huge talent at youth level that is now kind of back to her best and starting to really fulfill some of her amazing potential. Molly Butterworth, this is her first track race of the year. I mention her the Leeds athlete because the Leeds women were really strong in the 800 metre heats yesterday, leading from the front and qualifying. Eleanor Robinson and Louise Gilbert, really impressed with them because whilst on paper they weren't as close to the 201s, 202s, 204s marks based on lifetime best, they ran really tactically astute races. And yeah, so Butterworth, her best is 4:33 compared to Sabrina Cena's 4:14. Emily Field of Bristol, she's been at St Mary's, California, and this is her first track race of the year back in the UK, so interesting to see how she does. And Emily McNichol, Scottish University's indoor bronze medalist, so just mentioned that event in Glasgow. She won a medal there, maybe she can translate that into some good form here. Also outdoors, we were talking about how a number of steeplechasers taking part in the 1500 and 3000 later. She's a Scottish bronze medalist in the steeple as well. So coming through 4 laps to go, and it's Charlotte Grace Clare of Edinburgh leading the way from Sabrina Cena at the moment. So Charlotte Grace Clare, a couple of years ago, she was the Scottish under-20 800 and 1500 metre champion with a best of 4:33.53. And just to have a look and remind you the qualification conditions, this time it's a little bit easier. It's the first 2 going through and then 3 time qualifiers, but only across the 3 heats rather than 4. That's a little bit easier. So Charlotte Clare now going with Sabrina Cena away from the other competitors in this first heat. So that gap's starting to open up there. Looks like Molly Butterworth is in 3rd. And then the Strathclyde athlete Emily McNichol in 4th. Emily Field in 5th place. And then quite a gap of nearly 100 metres back to Anna Anderson of Cambridge. So at the moment, these look like being the 2 going through. Molly Butterworth of Leeds in 3rd place. So they're about to come up the bell. In 4 minutes 3.88. So in theory, the likes of Sabrina Cena, a bit of a class above the field, but this is only a heat. She's only going to have to run 2 rounds rather than 3 That means she will be a bit fresher come the final tomorrow, rather than two 1500s in the same day. And that means she can get out front and make sure of her qualification. Clock doesn't stop, it does eventually. 440.31. Well, I feel that stopped a little bit late. Might have been a bit quicker than that, actually. And in the end, the Edinburgh athlete does follow her through. Charlotte Clare. So we'll bring you up to date on what is happening in the long jump in a moment. They're still in the qualification. It's the second round though now. As we look here at Emma Downey finishing for Cardiff Met. So Sabrina Cena, part of the mixed relay team for BUCS at the World University Cross Country Championships. There she is. So, well, a title that Birmingham have won on a number of occasions. I spoke yesterday about Sarah Mcdonald defending her 1500 metre title brilliantly, winning it 2 years in a row. Mari Smith, a great representative at BUCS level for Birmingham, of course, in recent years. Francesca Brint got a silver in the 800 and maybe could go one better this year. Don't forget Emily Thompson as well, previous winner. Okay, so we're going to move on to heat number 2 of the women's 1500 metres. In this one, Georgie Annett of Swansea, Emily Hughes of Sheffield, Heled Rimmer of Northumbria, Imperial's Isabel Franco, Amy Jackson of Manchester Met, Abigail Hancock of Loughborough, Fionn Higginson of Exeter, Niamh Carr of Edinburgh, Fern Kimber of Nottingham, and Darcy Bass of St Mary's. So down there on the start line, once again, top 2 going through automatically to the final now. No semi-finals, and then 3-time qualifier spots. So Annett Hughes, Rimmer Franco, Jackson Hancock, Higginson, Carr, Kimber and Bass. So incidentally, Niamh Carr of Edinburgh already seen her teammate go through. Carr, the Northern Ireland and Ulster Championship, she took the 800 metre silver medal, 4:32.56 her best. No 1500 metre time this year. Fern Kimber of Nottingham, English schools finalist last year, best of 4:38. Abigail Hancock, lifetime best here last month of 4:35.09, and she was also 12th at the BUCS Cross Country Championships this month, which kind of kick off the BUCS athletics season. Then we have the outdoors, and this year they are, as usual, the early May bank holiday weekends. So Higginson is the one that pushes on. We saw William Aitken leading from the front and qualifying in the men's 1500. quite a few of the Exeter athletes enjoying leading and doing it that way, putting in the hard work out front. So Higginson from Hancock of Loughborough, Neve Carr then in third, and then Amy Jackson in the blue and orange there of Manchester Met, 4:43.89 at best. Well, at the moment we've got 7 athletes in contention for 2 automatic qualifying spots. Come through with 4 laps to go. So Higginson of Exeter still there and on the inside, Neve Carr of Edinburgh on the outside, Abigail Hancock of Loughborough and Amy Jackson of Manchester Met. Just behind them, Darcy Bass of St Mary's in the blue and white stripes there. And you've got Emily Hughes of Sheffield as well. And then the Nottingham athletes. Also Fern Kimber. So coming through in around 3:02 with 3 laps to go. And we can't separate the 7 athletes. Looks like Emily Hughes just beginning to drop off, trying to get back to this big lead group. Fern Kimber just making a move to get up into 4th place. 2 to go, 3:38. Well, it's going to have to improve this pace if more than 2 athletes are going to go through, you'd think. So it's Hancock just about in the lead with Neve Carr of Edinburgh. 200 metres to go now, 4:14 on the clock. So another 36-second lap. So these 2 at the front inseparable at the moment. Hancock and Carr of Loughborough and Edinburgh. Fern Kimber of Nottingham 50 metres back. So coming through nice and easy. These 2 both qualifying slightly quicker on the last lap. 33 seconds, but 4:47 for the time. And Kimber in 3rd place. And Fionn Higginson, our early leader, in 4th. So results, by the way, can be found on the Roster Athletics app. And, well, if you happen to be watching and you are actually part of one of the BUCS teams, then you also will find, obviously, the results and the start lists on the notice boards along the top of the stadium, the top walkway. I know a number of people, well, you might still be in bed because you're not competing today. So a lot of support for Exeter on the chat today, particularly. We saw some great performances already in these 1500 metre heats. Luke Reynolds watching again today. And a shout out for Xavier Booth of Sunderland. I believe he's an Aldershot man from Aldershot. Happy birthday to Simon Coppard of Loughborough as well. A number of you impressed with Sabrina Cena's performance. Michael Stevens, Nikki Faulkner watching. So as I say, live results on the Roster Athletics app. Some results coming through immediately and some after the full set, let's say, of heats have concluded or jumps have concluded or throws. Okay, let's get on then with the final heat of 3 of the women's 1500 metres. Now, looking very keen to get on with this one. Not quite the leisurely pace, and you quite often see that in the final heat. Athletes know that if they all work together, they can get more than 2 throughs, and a possibility of up to 5 going through. So let's take you through this lineup. Sheffield's Eve Pound, Emily Thompson of Birmingham, former champion Emily Lowry of Cardiff, Nicola Moynihan of Leeds Beckett, Julia Lace of King's College, Maddie Johnson of Leeds, Ty Brockley Langford of Manchester, the Trafford pub athlete, Samantha Puri of Coventry, Jessica Spilsbury of Loughborough, and Molly O'Hanlon of Exeter. So that is then Ty Brockley Langford at the front there, and just behind her 676, so that's Spilsbury of Loughborough. So she is the Northern Indoor Champion, and Brockley Langford the English Schools 800 metre winner, best of 4:23, just a second faster than Spilsbury. But Brockley Langford actually 9 seconds faster this year, but hey, this year pretty much only just got going last month. Seeing so many PBs throughout the competition, it's a wonderful way to work yourself through to a final. And these women, of course, no semis for them. They'll go straight through the final, and they'll probably love that. Right, let's have some messages then through on the chat. Let us know who you're supporting through this weekend. Exeter and Birmingham have been particularly good at doing that so far, as have Brunel. So Kat S says Ty and ML. Ty being Ty Brockley Langford. Not sure who ML is, full name. Brockley Langford and Spilsbury, those still at the front. And then it's Thompson. So I'll remind you that it's a top 2 automatically in 3-time qualifying spots. Simpson, quite a gap back after her. So 400 metre heats coming up later, 800 as well. We're focusing on this one for now. Brockley Langford going really well at the front. And she's going through with 3 laps to go, 2:42 on the clock. So goodness me, I made that some 20 seconds faster than the previous heats. They came through in 3:02. And then 3:38 with 2 laps to go, finishing in 4:47. So Well, I think Emily Thompson, if she finishes third in this heat, has got an excellent chance of going through. With third round of the long jump qualification, by the way. Bring you up to date with that in a moment. So once again, it's Brockley, Langford of Manchester, Spilsbury of Loughborough, and then Thompson of Birmingham. Josh Bailey says, let's go Exeter. Michael Stevens says, up the BUCS for Birmingham. Oh, ML is Emily Lowry of Cardiff, thank you. So, pretty much as you were as they come through. You can hear the bell sound. Manchester, Loughborough, Birmingham. Sheffield in fourth. That's Emily Hughes. And then 662 is in fourth place. And that is Emily Lowry of Cardiff. BUCS is supporting, as is Michael Stevens. So she's in fifth place at the moment. We're just looking out for the pace. I mentioned it was a lot quicker than the previous heat. It's going to be something like 20 seconds quicker still. About 18 seconds quicker by the time they just ease up across the line. So that's interesting. And we'll 4:31.79. So we'll have to look back at the first heat, which I'm waiting for the result to come through. But I think the top five were faster than the leader of the second heat. And just look at the first heat, yes, it was 4:38.7. So we'll do the maths in a moment. So at the moment, before the start of this third heat, all of the time qualifiers were going to come from the first heat, 4:40, 4:44 and 4:50. Fern Kimber was too far back for Nottingham in what was a slower race in the second heat. So Butterworth, McNichol and Field are those waiting for this result to come up. And then, yes, the likes of Spilsbury and Lowry. We'll wait and see how their times compare. Well, it does mean that you can, as we were saying, use up a bit more energy in the heat, get yourself through to that final, and that's all you need to do now. You haven't got 2 rounds in the day, and to be honest, I mean, it's quite a late change, isn't it, to having no semi-final, and so it's quite a quick reassessment of tactics, but I'm sure the athletes well capable of adjusting. So, final stages of women's long jump qualification, by the way, ongoing. 6:09 we saw from Jodie Smith earlier. Everyone else has been around, typically, mostly, the 4:70, 4:90 mark with an automatic large queue of 5 meters and 90. So Cardiff's Sophie Bareham then, hoping to get the crowd psyched up for her effort here to get through to the women's long jump final. Oh, it's a red flag, otherwise it was a really good jump. So well done to Sophie. Live results, or results available on the Roster Athletics app. Some of them are coming through quite quickly.
First, 12, next 400. Running up on the inside. 400 metres. Euro Championship last week, John Bridge. James McClatty of Turley. Goes in lane 2. Silver medalist. Lewis Thorne. Hunt. He goes to lane 3. Lewis Thorne, 2021 Southern Outdoor Champion. Then we have Tom Crowwood, Sheffield, in 4, and Rob O'Brien, Tennessee in 5.
On your mark.
Okay, so underway then with the first heat of 12 of the men's 400 metres. And, well, first bit of 400 metre action that we've seen. And we have John Bridge, James McClafferty, Lewis Thorne, Thomas Darwood and Robert O'Brien involved in this one. So this is Lewis Thorne then, hitting the bell nicely for Sheffield Hallam. You've got 3 maroon vests, one after the other. James McClafferty then of Strathclyde in second place, and then it's the Cardiff Met man John Bridge. So quite a bit of a gap between our top 2 here, but Lewis Thorne going out really hard and coming towards the line now. Good battle here with McClafferty, who eventually comes through in 50.27. But they both make it through automatically through to the semi-final. So that's the first heat of 12. Across all of them there are 6 time qualifiers going through. So first heat of 12 done. I'm delighted to say that joining me now is Hannah Breyer, who won the 60 metres last night. Another gold medal for you at BUCS. You said you were over the moon.
Yeah, I mean, I think over the moon is an understatement. I'm really happy just to come back and do it for the 3rd time, and just to be back running, you know, close to my best as well. I think that was the main thing for me, was just to enjoy and put down a good series of races.
Yeah, so that's the 3rd time you've won that title, is that right?
Yeah, the 3rd time.
Yeah, it's good that we can look back and see everyone's history on Power 10. And you also got a silver medal in the 200 as well. And probably some relay in there as well. So have you lost count of how many BUCS medals you've won?
No, I haven't actually. I think I think I've got 5 BUCS medals, I think. Yeah, so I did a 200 in 2020 just to mix things up a bit. I do enjoy doing a 200, so that was quite fun. Yeah,
I think you had some really good performances the last couple of years in the longer sprint
as
well.
Yeah, definitely. I think it takes the pressure off. I think 60 is just sort of get out and go, and so much can go wrong, whereas the 200 you have a bit of time to think. It's quite nice, I enjoy it.
Yeah, what about 400 though?
I mean, that's a bit far. I'm not sure if I'd actually make it through the full 400s, but
well, yeah, I mean, also one of the hardest events to train for, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, I train with all 400 guys. You know, my brother Joe, Owen Smith, Cam Chalmers, Alistair Chalmers, like I train with all those lot, and I see them run those distances, and it's crazy. Like the work those lads put in is mad. Like I don't think I could cope with that.
So I'll just go through this lineup then. Cameron Salter of Exeter, Hugo Apertua Negrete of Swansea, Tyree Donovan of Surrey, so someone who's typically a 400 hurdler going on the flat here, Alex Cooper of Loughborough and Max Buckley of Oxford. So resume our chat in a moment. We've got a Swansea athlete here, Negrete. I mentioned Max Buckley of Oxford as well. So Alex Cooper perhaps of Loughborough, the one to watch, 47.13. Once again, top 2 going through automatically. And then 6 time qualifiers. I can already tell you James McClafferty's time 50.26 from the first heat, 51.03. Probably looking around 51 seconds as a time qualifier. We'll have to wait and see. It's great to see these athletes going out in anger compared to the contrasters on the 1500 metres. Not that that's a bad thing to run a great tactical race. It's just it just seemed a bit different anyway. So it is Alex Cooper of Loughborough going out really well here, and in a flash he's going to hit that bell. It does so. 22.34 on the clock. Tyree Donovan following him through. Donovan previously in the colours of Brunel. and then Negrete of Swansea. So he's trying to overtake Donovan and get in that top spot. But the Loughborough man, Cooper, he's in his own race really, isn't he? So Cooper coming through 48.43, and then so clock doesn't show us the subsequent times, but Donovan was around a second and a half behind. So at the moment that's looking like a decent time. Hannah, but what about the fact that you've got this tight indoor track here, and whether it's one lap or it's two in this case, it's a real challenge, isn't it? Just give us a sense of taking the bends on these kind of laps.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult, first of all, to just get speed. I think a lot of people will say that the biggest scare indoors is getting disqualified, because you're trying to keep tight into that bend, but you also don't want to step on the line, and that's what, you know, a lot of officials are looking for, is that you actually stay in your lane, which is a lot more difficult than what people think. But I quite enjoy it. I mean, you get the momentum down off the bend, which is brilliant. Not so brilliant when you've got lactic, mind, and your legs are being taken down by the bend. But yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
So going back to what you're saying about your brother, do you kind of have a bit of an inter-rivalry going to see who can get more BUCS medals? I remember your brother, he had an unfortunate incident where he fell here, and we will also see a number of falls on this track as well. But he has got himself, I think he's had some good performances as well as that.
Yeah, he definitely has. Yeah, he definitely has. I think we don't really have rivalry. We just sort of want the best for each other. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still faster than him over a 60 metres. but yeah, I think we see falls all the time. I mean, I do remember him falling over the line, and that's how much he wants it. He wanted that medal, and if it was taken into fall, then you know he was going to do it. But yeah, unfortunately, that's indoor running, especially with a 400. When you've got lactic, you're going to fall.
Indeed. So heat number 3, this lineup, as you can see: Alexander Wilson of Plymouth, Manchester's William Thorpe, Kareem Selman-Jackson of Loughborough, Chuka Akuna, Elliot Doughty, and Aaron Jolly of Cardiff Met. Cardiff Met now the colours that you run in, being previously of Loughborough. So yeah, just tell us, are you doing a Masters or?
Yeah, so I graduated from Loughborough, and now I'm doing a Masters in sports psychology at Cardiff Met. So it's quite interesting actually, coming back wearing different colours. Yeah, I've had a few comments.
Isn't it? It's like, ooh, look at this, you know. It's just a change of scenery, but it's a bit like a football transfer window where people change clubs, you know.
I'd say so, yeah. I think I've had a few comments saying, Hannah, you've probably done one of the worst changes, because everyone's just taking the mick.
That's funny.
But yeah, I mean, two great clubs, and it's been great, in all fairness, just to see everyone again. I finished my degree in the middle of the pandemic, so it's been nice to see Loughborough athletes and all the coaches again. So
yeah, well, I get the feeling that some people are more likely maybe to have wanted to do Masters so that they can stay within the BUCS kind of circuit, rather than end their university career with the kind of COVID cancellations. Did that impact your decision at all, or not really?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, for me, I wanted to do a Masters, and I think ending it in the middle of a pandemic was quite difficult. But yeah, I mean, the aim was to do a Masters. I always knew I was going to carry on and then do BUCS as well, which is brilliant.
Yeah, I think until recently you still had some athletes who started their BUCS career in 2012, where the outdoor championships within the London Olympic Stadium as the test event. Even I'm not old enough to have been there then. But so this lineup is Wilson, Thorpe, Selman-Jackson, Akuna, Doughty, and Jolly. So Jolly away on the outside. Good getaway by Akuna in the light blue. And he's being closed down by Kareem Selman-Jackson, hoping to make it another Loughborough man through. And the two athletes in this who are sub 50 are Selman-Jackson and Jolly of Cardiff, who's going to lead now through the bell. And so pretty much going to form 22.51 then at the bell. And just look at the lead. I'll remind you that it's top 2 going through and then 6-time qualifiers. And so to give you an idea, we've seen around 51 seconds for those behind that. And this is heat number 3, though, still of 12. Selman-Jackson from Jolly, 50.75. So that's a decent heat time. So 50.74 officially. Well, so that's a good way to start the season, though, with a BUCS gold medal, isn't it? And it's a season that, well, I mean, who knows what might be in store for you? Have you got any particular ambitions? Obviously, I mean, the Commonwealth Games this year, it's at home Commonwealth Games, something that you've been part of in the past, right? In 2014, when you were very young.
Very young.
Yeah, anything particularly that you hope will be in store this year?
Definitely Commonwealth Games. That's the big aim for me at the moment, is trying to get that qualifying. I've got one illegal standard. Unfortunately, the wind was too strong, so it doesn't count. So yeah, hopefully go British Champs next weekend, and then fly out to the States to try and get the standards, and then hopefully I'll be on. I was going to say on the plane. I won't be on the plane. I'll be on the bus.
Yeah, that would be a very short plane to try and take off and land. Yeah, probably be about half an hour.
Probably.
That'll be winning. Yeah, certainly beat the traffic. Yeah, brilliant stuff. And do you think that the 100 metres would be the more likely of the two?
I think both of them are fairly equal in terms of what I could do. I think the 100 stand is 11:35, which is quick. I think the Welsh record, which I hold with two others, is 11:39. So I'm going to have to break my own PB and break the Welsh record to get it. And then the 200 standard is 23:3, which is very quick. So I think it's going to take a lot, but I'm not putting limits on myself. I've already done more this season than I thought I was going to do. So yeah, I'm really happy.
Brilliant. Well, yeah, we'll certainly follow your progress, and British Championships, of course, yeah, coming up very soon, as they always do. I think we had one year where BUCS and British Championships were the same weekend, but it's always a very tightly packed indoor season, isn't it? You know, you kind of just got going from training, and then suddenly there's so much competition. I mean, do you tend to ease yourself in, or how do you kind of cope with that, the sudden wait for competition? I guess you're preparing for that anyway, though.
Yeah, I think indoors is quite weird. It's you sort of feel like, oh, it's Christmas and you're still in winter training, then all of a sudden it's like, oh gosh, I've actually got to get race ready in a week. But I sort of just did one competition that wasn't a championship, and the rest of my competitions have been championships. But I enjoy it that way, just get thrown straight in the deep end.
Okay, so I'll just run you through heat number 4. That's the voice of Hannah Breyer, who won the BUCS 60-metre title. If you have any questions for her, you can message the chat, by the way. Jean-Claude Ducroux of Newcastle, Niall Carney of Warwick, Andreas Cholnargis of SMJ, William Palmer of Durham, Tom Wood of Leeds Beckett, and Harry North of St Mary's in this 4th heat. So top 2 going through automatically, and 6 time qualifying positions available. So going well on the outside is Harry North, but coming through here now is Niall Carney of Warwick, 49.49 at best. So it looks like just the 5 in this rather than the 6 that were expected. No Tom Wood in this heat, maybe he'll feature in a later one. And Niall Carney going really well down the back straight here, very much spread out. So he's huffing and puffing. Great noise levels inside the stadium. So he's going to come through in 50.67. So similar to the heat we saw before. And then Harry North coming in behind him.
See, I'm looking at them all really tired at the end of the race. I just could not think about doing that.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary feat, really, the 400 metres. I was going to ask you, by the way, we talked about individual events. What about the relays? Do you think there's a possibility of Commonwealth selection there? Because you have a few of you, that's what you took part in 2014, right? You have a few of you who, are very fast. You've got Mika Moore. Who else have been involved with that? Mel Roberts, Amy Odenaya.
Yeah, I mean, I really, really hope that we can push for a relay team. I think we're doing really well as female athletes in Wales at the moment. You know, you mentioned Mika running PBs, like running insane at the moment. There's a few, you know, Mel, Shannon Malone, Amy O'Donnell, we've got Caitlin Maps, there's a young girl as well, Nell, who's just come through, and yeah, it's really exciting, and I just really hope that we can push for those times, because if we're all running individually really well, it'd be amazing if we can get a relay team going.
Yeah, of course, all of the Welsh female athletes seem to be moving to bobsleigh at the moment, so maybe that's what you're going to do in a few years' time, but doing very well at it. Obviously Mika Moore was at the last Winter Olympics, Adele Nicol at this, a year after taking up the sport. You must have seen that, and hugely impressive, isn't it?
Oh, amazing, yeah, absolutely amazing. I think it takes a lot for them to juggle two sports, and I think that's the extraordinary bit, is to be so good in two sports, like the amount of time that you give towards athletics in general, and then try and add in being an elite athlete in another sport. That's just crazy, and I take my hat off to both of them. Like, they've done so well.
Yeah, and I think particularly looking like the skeleton, or it looks absolutely terrifying. I think the British men were unfortunate to have a crash in the bobsleigh. I mean,
I just couldn't.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Absolutely extraordinary. I don't think I could put myself in a bobsled and just say, okay, hope for the best. No way. Yeah,
there you go. Especially you're not the driver either. So it's a little bit like when you get a lift on a bicycle, for example, and you're just hoping that the person in front of you, you know, I'm sure you trust them if they're a, Olympian, obviously.
Yeah, that's it. I was speaking to Mika and Adele about this actually, and I said, what do you do? And they say, we get in and we just hope. And they trust their driver so well as well. You know, we always see them praising Misha, the driver on, you know.
Yeah, confusingly, I think it's Misha McNeil
Misha,
rather than Mika Moore. Yeah.
But they always say that they trust it, you know, to the end of the earth. So yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. So happy to join us for a few more minutes?
Yeah.
Stay okay. So we're on heat 5 of the men's 400 metres. We've got Yusuf Hussain of Swansea, Queen's Belfast Conor O'Carroll, Will Brown of Surrey, Jack Doody of Worcester, and Callum Dodds of Brunel. So, a question for you from someone called Firefox. What's the furthest distance that you've competed in? Furthest?
Oh, a 300 when I was
very
young.
Is that all?
That's all I want to do. I think, yeah, I've competed in the 300s, and I've done a few 300s in training as well. They're good fun. My coach is threatening to chuck me into a 4. Matt Elias, because he comes from a 400 background, so he's threatening to chuck me in there. So that might come soon, but not anytime soon, I'm hoping.
Yes, well, Amy O'Donnell has done really well moving out to the 400 metres, and making real huge amounts of progress, chucking off seconds here and there. Although I suppose the longer the distance, though, the more of a chunk that you can take off your PB as well. But that's another reason to do a 300, just to get another PB. People do that.
You just love PBs.
Yeah.
I guess the first time I do a 400 will be a PB, so maybe that might be the best way to do it.
Yeah, well, that's why you look at some of these lists and you see a PB, but if they've only done one race, then can you call it that? I suppose it is the best that they've done.
I guess so.
Best and only. So Hussain, O'Carroll, Brown, Doody and Dodds. Callum Dodds was involved in what we saw at the 800 metres a couple of years ago, where there was a fall coming down the home straight, the leading athlete. And he managed to get a medal in the middle of all of that. So Dodds of Brunel, another GB Junior International, 23.54. And then he's been chased down by the Surrey man, Will Brown. So Callum Dodds, 2020 indoor champion, and a year before that Southern under-20 champion outdoors. So this is very easy for Dodds, just strolling across there in 50.72. So another time around that mid even 50 mark, and Will Brown is the other athlete that goes through. So, I guess Cardiff Met are hoping that your success will inspire everyone else, because that's the sense I get. I mean, yeah, some people might not have all been at the stadium here, but you kind of have, you have like these little team talks, don't you? And sometimes the captains will do raps and speeches and stuff like that. But the atmosphere is one whereby if someone does well, or there's a kind of motivation that comes through, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. I think we had a team meeting after the finals yesterday and after all the presentations, and that was the feeling. I know Cardiff Met got 3 medals yesterday, and that's a really good start for us. The team atmosphere, I've got to say, has been absolutely insane in Cardiff Met. On the start line, like, I needed that yesterday. That was a really tough final, probably up there with probably one of the closest finals that we've seen at BUCS in a 60, and just to hear the team sort of shouting when my name got called out, like, I think I really needed that, and that's something that has been really good this weekend.
So yeah, and obviously you're an athlete who has taken part in many different competitions and championships, but do you think BUCS is quite unique in a way that you have these large teams, and it really means you do get a better atmosphere compared to, no disrespect to some other meetings?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a team event, and we're in an individual sport. So to come together as a team and get that team atmosphere, I love it. It's the same reason I love relays, because it's part of a team, and we don't really get that in other competitions. And BUCS it's just so much fun as well. Just being with your friends, competing with your friends, and wanting others to do well. Yeah, it's brilliant. I don't think I'll ever want to get rid of BUCS, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a PhD, isn't there?
I mean, it's on the cards, so I might be back for another 3 years.
So a few lifetime bests coming in there. Harry North, 51.40 best for him, and that has helped him qualify automatically. We're going to have a look at heat number 6 here. This is Hacken Dalbal we have. Rory Bradford of Leeds, Jacob Northcliffe of Chichester, Michael Cairns of Strathclyde, Evan Blackman of Durham, Lewis Martin of Stirling in the green on the outside. So just out of shot, by the way, I always enjoy that we have the contrast between the athletes on the track and then you've got people in the gym alongside, and wow, that must be quite motivational to think, I've just popped down the gym and I'm going to watch some past, future, current Commonwealth athletes and internationals.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was thinking they must walk into the gym and think, what on earth is going on?
Yeah. Well, they'll think that when the mascot race comes on. Yeah.
That's the best part, isn't it?
I guess so, yeah. Yes, I think so. I noticed that one of the mascots, they've chosen someone with the biggest hair, like a sort of afro, because I think the thinking is that the goat head that he's going to be wearing is less likely to fall off.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Makes
sense. There's going to be a lot of thought process into the mascots.
Yeah, I don't see that's something that you'd sign up to.
Not anytime soon.
I'm not sure if it matters the faster the athlete, really. It's about having actual shoes on your feet, having actual, spikes rather than, bare feet. So anyway, Evan Blackman of Durham, this is coming through very nicely, hitting the bell, 22.64. These races are proving almost identical, with someone going out really hard around the 22-second mark at the halfway point and then easing up across the line around 50 seconds. So Dalpal closing on the leader then, Evan Blackman. And we just about come through. Both of them will qualify. Rory Bradford, I think, coming through also. It's Dalpal and Evan Blackman of Durham. Those two both coming through nicely. So do you anticipate being part of the relay?
Not this weekend, just purely because there's British Champs next weekend.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we have seen utter chaos on this track in the relay. It was actually Cardiff Met. I can only describe as swimming. There was a kind of dive. There was a kind of screenshotted it, and on all fours while in the air was a Cardiff Met athlete, I'm sorry to say, while another athlete, so he was there by the start-finish line, on all fours hovering in the air, and then you had another UEL athlete on the floor, and someone else, a Birmingham athlete, just kind of tiptoed around in a kind of snake motion and picked up a silver medal. So that's what can happen in the BUCS relay. Yeah, it is absolute chaos. So that's perfectly understandable, I think. But it's more exciting for everyone to watch if there is chaos.
I love a 4x2, man. I think when someone asks me what's my favourite event, I go 4x2, and that's such a rogue answer, but it's just so much fun. Like, when do you ever get to run a 200 metre in a relay? Like, it's just brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary. Someone's asked on the chat, is this the meet where Elaine Thompson will be competing? I don't think so. This is the thing with YouTube. I think people pick up the stream from around the world.
I think she's in Birmingham.
Yeah, I think she's in Birmingham, which is still pretty good.
Still pretty good. That's going to be an exciting meet today, I think.
Yeah. So there we go. And yeah, brilliant atmosphere to be part of BUCS. And you've got a few people who have never been part of it before because they might be first, second years. So have you got a sense of what that's been like for them?
Yeah, definitely. I remember my first year at BUCS, I was scared. Like, I just didn't know
what were you scared of?
Everything. I'd watched BUCS beforehand, before going to university, and it was just such a great atmosphere, like just seeing it on, you know, streams. And I just remember turning up going, oh my gosh, I'm so young. I'm a first year, I'm a fresher, and I'm just being thrown into this with all these really good athletes. But you just got to like take the experience. You know, my training partners, this is their first BUCS, and they've just loved it. And I've just said, look, enjoy it, because you know you've got another 2 years of this. You know, just throw yourself in, do the best you can, and yeah, just enjoy the whole experience.
Brilliant. Well, the experience becomes all the more enjoyable if these athletes can make it through to their semi-final. So Coleman Corrie of Exeter, Jimmy Seacombe of Bath, Danu Amarasena of Manchester, Benjamin Schofield, Northumbria, Yaniv Sondi of King's College, and Kieran Gillespie of Leeds Beckett in this one. So there is that lineup that I mentioned. Benjamin Schofield, also another full hurdler. He's the Scottish bronze medalist, best of 49.11. So most of these heats have been around the 50 mark. 50.66 we just saw for Niall Carney before to win. Hakan Dalbal 50.13 with Michael Cairns in third. Potential non-automatic qualifier for Sterling 51.90. So let's wait and see what is going to be fast enough to make it through. Alex Cooper of luck with the exception, really. 48.42. Heat 7 of 12. Corrie Seacombe, Amarasena, Schofield, Sondi and Gillespie. So athlete really motoring through there. I think that's Gillespie. And here comes the Bath man, Jimmy Seacombe now. And he's going to come through in 22.79, chased by Northumbria's Benjamin Schofield. And he's got quite a bit of chasing to do. And Yaniv Sondi in third. Really good atmosphere now. Wonder if that's the big Bath contingent. Jimmy Seacombe. Is he going to win this heat? Well, he's going to make it through anyway to those semi-finals. Benjamin Schofield will join him. 50.02. Well as the fact that, you know, obviously you're part of the Cardiff Met team, you know loads of these athletes through, whether it's internationally, whether they're Welsh or your club as well. So it's a big community coming together, and yeah, you'll see loads of people who you know, and to be in this environment therefore is great, because it's not just your team, but you'll see loads of people that you basically your friends.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was talking to Deani Walker yesterday after the final, and we were just saying, like, we have literally been sort of like growing up together in the sport. We've both been through the same troubles, and it's just nice doing with her that we both came back and we've both medalled after sort of having years of injuries, and it's stuff like that, you know, like just seeing people as well after 2 years of being not being in many competitions, and it's just lovely just seeing everyone again.
Yeah, well, one aspect of that I thought is that if you won a BUCS outdoor title in 2019 or indeed a medal, you're going to be the reigning champion for 3 years.
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think some people will be holding on to that. No question at all. So we've got a few more heats of these 400 metres remaining. That's the voice of Hannah Breyer joining us. Now 3 times BUCS champion individually. So we are looking now at heat number 8. George Rees of Nottingham, Patrick Williams of Otford Brooks, Ewan Wood of Kent, Chris Perry of Manchester Met, Max Carter of Sheffield and Callum Lethem of Glasgow. So lots of people watching Coleman Corrie there of Exeter. Well, you dismissed before that there was a rivalry between you and your brother, but I remember being at the under-23 championships a couple of years ago in a Swedish place called Gävle, and there was a kind of after-party sort of disco where, don't worry, I think they were only serving lemonade and popcorn, but yeah, Joe was getting a medal for the relay, and you were right there as well, because you were also part of that GB squad, and I thought, wow, your parents must be so proud, possibly even embarrassingly proud. But yeah, what's it like for your family to have 2 great athletes competing at that kind of GB level?
I'm not sure. I think Mum and Dad, they travel everywhere. Like they're so supportive, and they always have been. You know. So for them, they just enjoy it. Like it's just we push each other really well. And as I said before, we both want the best for each other. Like genuinely do want the best for each other. So yeah, I think they're proud. I mean,
yeah. Well, I seem to but just taking myself as an example, very different example. But I wonder, are my parents proud? And then it's when you get a birthday card, that's when you get reminded once a year. Oh, we're proud of you. Ah, right, okay. All right. Well, of course, I mean, there are only a few generic things that people put in birthday cards sometimes.
I might get a Chinese if they're proud of me. Maybe. They may pay for a Chinese.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I mean, yeah, that's not bad. Long days, of course, after these BUCS competitions, whether you're watching and competing, and I'm sure refueling and getting the relaxing afterwards in is quite important. But I'm sure you were buzzing after yesterday's win. More on that in a moment. Let's have a look at this one. Rees, Williams, Wood, Perry, Carter and Lethem. So start list and results on the Roster Athletics app. Okay, so on the far side there you've got Glasgow's Callum Lethem coming through Manchester Met's Chris Perry now. 25.02, so a bit slower here. They may well push on in this second lap. Max Carter really pushing Chris Perry there for the second automatic spot. I wonder, is Carter going to get there? Lethem and Perry it's going to be. Sheffield and Manchester Met in 52.33, so unfortunately for the third place athlete that might not have been the fastest heat to be in. The next lot of athletes come out. Hannah, let's say if you're in a competition where there's a number of heats and you know that if you don't make it in the top places you're going to rely on your time. How much does an athlete kind of look or get a sense of what's going on, or do you just completely ignore that?
I think, yeah, you've just got to run your own race. I think especially in the sprints, you can't really control much. I guess it's different for long distance. I guess you can sort of see, okay, they've run this in this race, so I need to run faster than this. But in the sprints, it's sort of, you're max or you're not. I guess if you're in the top 2 spaces, which is automatic qualifying, you can potentially ease off a bit. But if you're in that sort of fastest loser spot, then you've sort of got to just give it max. But I think mindset is the same in sprints.
Yeah, and I remember Mika Moore was saying that she's an athlete who doesn't even once really know who else is in her heat.
Yeah.
So much to that extent. I mean, some would maybe look and think, oh, I'm next to etc. That's a good reason for me to try and get a good start or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what I do as well. It was quite funny yesterday, actually. After I finished the final, I didn't know who was in the final, and it was looking down through the results, and I was just wow, this was stacked. Like that was a big final. And I think that's probably that. It works for some athletes, it doesn't work for others. For me, I just like focusing on my own lane. And whether that's been not looking who else is in my heat, not looking who else is in the final. Obviously, you turn up in call room and you see who else is there. That's inevitable. But I didn't really know who I was next to lane-wise. I just knew I was lane 4, and that was it.
Yeah, as long as you know which lane you're in, that's a good start.
And sometimes I get that wrong as well. So.
Yeah, well, we sometimes see people like using someone else's blocks to warm up, but yeah. We have a few more heats then remaining, and this is number 9. So basically, I don't know what you think about. Have you done any kind of commentary before?
A little bit.
A little bit,
little
yes.
Bit, not much.
Yeah, well, the one thing that you'll know, and that our audience will know, is that you often tend to need to shuffle around hundreds of pieces of paper.
I can see a lot of pieces of paper in front of me.
Yeah, I'm going to recycle, don't worry.
Especially when you come to BUCS and there's like 13 heats.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. And I think in Bedford they don't have a recycling bin, so once I took home, like load of paper, just shoved it on the back seat, and then actually sometimes I use the like as scrap paper.
Oh, okay.
So I pulled out the other day just to make some notes on this, and it was like Amy Hunt wins under 15
I saw
gold.
that.
Oh,
yeah.
right, yeah. So yeah,
it's quite cool to keep stuff like that.
Yeah,
though.
well, it kind of is, but then it's I don't know. It's not something that someone necessarily wants to frame and keep, and yeah, we'll see. But you kind of saving the planet a little bit. There's a lot of paper in athletics. So here we have Adam Reid. Alex Greatrick, someone else who's changed university and gone to Nottingham Trent. He's one of their big hopes for a medal. Rhys Harriott, Alexander Thompson and Joshua Turner. 23.49. So huge gap there. Ellis Greatrick's at the front. So Nottingham Trent. The previous years they've always used the hashtag pretty in pink, and now kind of preferring bleed pink. So Ellis Greatrick's cruising across 49.59. So yeah, I think that's only the second heat that we've seen sub 50. I think also another former Loughborough person.
Yeah.
Right, you can answer this question then. What colours would you say the Cardiff Met kit is? Would you say maroon, gold and navy?
I feel like whatever answer I'm going to give you is going to be wrong, isn't it?
Well, it's only because Loughborough do not like to be called purple.
No,
Why not?
no, that's one thing, yeah, no.
It's African violet.
That's it, African violet.
Yeah.
That I learned that straight away. I think that
Wow.
was one of the first things I learned at Loughborough Uni was do not say we are dressed in purple.
Yeah, and the second thing you probably learn is that they just keep winning.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think Durham, they call themselves Palatinates.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it's like these people are working for Dulux or something like that, you know, picking out the colour. Cambridge, right, it's a sort of light green sort of colour, but I
Yeah.
think officially it's blue.
What?
Yeah, I know, right?
Really?
Yeah, no, I got in big trouble for saying it was green.
I guess that's another thing that comes with commentary, isn't it? Is that you've got to get all your colours right.
Yeah, your colours, yeah. Yeah, that's the hardest thing. So I tend to like scribble down the ones I can tell what lanes they're in before it all becomes a mishmash.
I guess that's another hard thing with BUCS as well, is that it's all different vests that you're used to seeing.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there are some where people will wear the vest whatever event it is because they're proud. Loughborough, Cardiff, Met, Birmingham, probably the most ones that you commonly see. As you can see here, we've got some abbreviations.
Oh yeah.
Which
okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
that takes a lot of getting used to, doesn't it?
yeah, hopefully we'll get those written out in full. Let's look at heat number 10. So Lloyd Ellis, George Seary of Warwick, Sebastiano Corbo of LSC, Cameron Callow of Edinburgh, Henry Fisher of Birmingham, and Giuseppe Luigi Bonifacio of King's College. So very lucky to have Hannah Breyer join us for these men's 400 metre heats. As we go through the action, we've got 3 heats remaining. Okay, so Ellis, Seary, Corbo, Callow, Fisher and Bonifacio in this one. And we've again got 2 athletes who are sub 50 on paper. It's interesting in terms of people's form, because if someone hasn't set a fast time for a couple of years, it kind of changes up the way the heats are put together. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it means, yeah, if someone last had a full season in 2019, it might change the way things are done. I don't know if that's kind of I don't think that's affected you, but I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, we saw it actually yesterday in the 60s. I think a few people noticed. They were, oh, 1 minute. I know she's run faster than that. I'm not sure why her time has gone down.
So personal best, it's kind of better described as like recent best performance.
Yeah, because I think mine went down as 7:34, but PB is 7:31.
Yeah.
I mean, it's close enough, but I'll take that.
Yeah, there you go. So that's why I have to kind of like shove everyone through power of 10 just to make sure the PB is accurate, basically. So we have Ellis, Seary, Corbo, Callow, Fisher and Bonifacio. So 3 more heats to go. So yeah, a few more minutes. If you have any questions for Hannah Breyer, to message them in the chat. Yeah, a very loud recall gun, which you definitely can't miss.
I hate that sound so much.
Yeah, well, you don't see it as often in the 400 metres. We did see a couple of disqualifications, more in the hurdles yesterday. It's interesting because sometimes the rules are a little bit different. I'm just listening to well, we are going to have a disqualification here, I'm hearing, for the athlete in lane 2, George Seary. So let's have another look. It's the athlete in lane 2, the Warwick athlete George Seary. Well, basically, I think this is a long time before the actual start. Now, usually that's... We have seen a couple of occasions people told to be still in the blocks. Does seem a little bit harsh to me. So just speaking to the track judge, well, sometimes, Hannah, it can be nerves, it can be excitement. That can be one reason for that kind of very early start.
Yeah, I think definitely. Especially heats as well, you just sort of want to get them over and done with. I always think that heats are probably one of the most nerve-wracking bits, especially, well, yesterday for me, for instance, I was telling my coach, like, why am I so nervous for a heat? But it's just getting the ball rolling, and I think people are just eager to get going.
Another question for Hannah. What time do you wake up? I don't know whether they're kind of, that's a loaded question, whether they think sprinters are lazy and they won't do 400 metres, therefore they won't be up early in the morning.
About 8, half 8.
Okay.
Unless I've got work,
That's
then
pretty good.
6:45. So, the sprinters are generally quite lazy, so that's quite early, I think.
Yeah, no, that's not bad.
It's only because I've got training at 10.
Yeah, no, that's sounds about right, I guess. No judger from me. So the athlete in lane 2 is reinstated. I mean, I think that's the right decision, because we saw kind of twitching in the 60s, and yeah, it's not. I think it's more movement, very early movement, rather than an attempt to At the start, I think that's the right decision. We sometimes see a bit more leniency at BUCS, and almost like akin to the age group competitions where you do see more yellow cards and stuff. So Ellis, Siri, Corbo, Callow, Fisher and Bonifacio. So Henry Fisher of Birmingham getting away well in the red, and Siri now pushing on. He's been given a lifeline in a way by being reinstated, and he's going to make the most of that. Or maybe as Hannah said, he just wanted to get it over with. So Siri and Fisher, as they hug the inside, like their favourite granny, 23.72, and you've got a third man joining. I think that's Bonifacio of King's College. And now taking the lead is Henry Fisher. So fishing for the lead in this heat, and Bonifacio coming through for second, top two automatics. So 50.13.
I always find the break in 400s really interesting. I know nothing about breaking a 400 mine, but I always look and I'm like, that must be really hard.
Yeah, well, it's sometimes in a moment to get your shoulders out, isn't it? Well, not dissimilar to, of course, the relay that we see, the break in the 4x4 there. You're really trying to get in front for your team, but yeah, on this occasion, that's sometimes where, yeah, you can see a few slip-ups, tactically battling for space.
I don't think I'd ever be able to get used to sharing a lane with someone. I think coming from a 60, 100, 200 background, I didn't think I'd ever be able to share a lane with someone. Or I'd be too polite and just go, you know what, you have the inside line, it's okay.
After you. Okay, so two more heats remaining. Let's take a look at this lineup. Northumbria's Oliver Lewis, Sam Nelson of Oxford, Jack Higgins of Solent, Oliver Sprio of Nottingham, and Will Critchley of Liverpool. Okay. Oliver Carville watching his teammate Fisher. Oliver saying that he was unwell recently, which is a shame that he wasn't able to compete, because looking forward to commentating on him, because recently gave his brother Charlie a big shout out. He was on the England Athletics podcast and on a radio feature, and with his mum as well, so was hoping to give some limelight to Ollie, to Oliver as well. But yeah, brilliant to see, you know, the family having GB junior international opportunities. So this next lineup: Oliver Lewis, Sam Nelson, Jack Higgins, Oliver Sprio and Will Critchley. Christian Imroth is also watching, another GB junior athlete. Okay, so two more heats of these men's 400 metres. And we'll bring you some field action before the women's 400. So we'll keep an eye on the time qualifying positions when we can. Did say earlier that around 51 seconds is likely, you'd think, to be good enough. You've got Coleman Corrie on 51.82. Not all of the results have come through yet though, so just have to wait before we actually officially update you as we look at an excellent first lap here from Jack Higgins, another Reid University Solent this time, 23.07. So quite a few heats have been faster than that and around the 22s, but they have then just eased up towards the line. So big gap opening up behind Jack Higgins, one more automatic spot. And it's going to go the way of Will Critchley of Liverpool, with the Oxford man Sam Nelson in third. 53.21. I feel like the clock is stopping a bit later than they actually cross the line at. Kind of mistrust these clocks a little bit these days.
I think all the heats and the semis yesterday were rounded down by 2/100ths, now 60s.
Right, yes.
Which is lovely. It wasn't
Yeah,
rounded
which
up.
is a pleasant surprise, isn't it? Yeah. So, Gabrielle Fakande asked a question. Would you beat Joe over 60 metres?
Yes, Gabby, I would 100% beat Joe over a 60 metres, hands down.
And are we going to see that happen?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure where or when, but we'll make sure to live stream it.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe you can have the mascots as well. Oh, you both represented Cardiff Met now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that'll be the place to do it.
We've always said we'd love to do like a mixed relay together, but we're just not sure where or when that could happen, but
Yeah.
potentially. We looked at the DNA Athletics that went on a few weekends ago, and we said, oh, how cool would it be to do a relay there? But it was a 2x2 by, let me get this right, 2x2 by 200, so
Yeah.
I'd essentially have to do a split 400, and
Okay.
with my recovery being what Joe ran his 200 in, which is likely about 21 seconds, so I'm not sure if I was up for that.
I always called the 2x2 the Noah's Ark relay. So that might come up in reference later when we have the mascots out. So we're on to the last heat. So Conan Neal of St Mary's, Glasgow's Andrew Baird, Jonathan Mann of Derby, James Greenhow of Hallam, Bradley Rising Chanucha of Edge Hill, and Lorcan Rogers of Oxford Brookes. Yeah, so yeah, DNA Athletics event indoors in Glasgow. You've got another indoor facility in Cardiff. How great are they, especially in winter where you have somewhere warm to train, right?
I mean, yeah, amazing. It's been quite difficult to access it, mind, throughout COVID times, because it's an indoor facility. It's on a university as well, so the university use it for lectures, just to give them more open space. But it's an amazing facility.
Where do what they use? They don't use the track for lectures though.
Yeah.
The-
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. The infield. So they split the infield up. It's quite interesting actually. They split the infield up into lecture halls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we could be doing our sprint session and there'd be a lecture going on at the same time. But yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant facility. It's really, really good. Especially when it's freezing cold outside and we kind of want to warm up inside. Yeah, it's just brilliant.
I just imagine people doing their exams at desks on each lane.
It is a bit like that sometimes. Yeah, they do just have lectures going on and we'd be doing, flat out sprints
Yeah.
on the 100
You
metre
start
straight.
writing and it's like, no, you haven't started yet, sir. It's a DQ.
Yeah, but no, it is brilliant. We're really lucky to have that facility.
Are you kind of past the exam stage of your student career? Is it more?
I hope so. I mean, I submitted my dissertation. My dissertation was actually due yesterday,
Oh, right.
just as the 60-metre heats would run off.
Okay.
So luckily, I submitted it before.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm past the exam phase, hopefully.
Neil Baird-Man Greenhow, Rising Chanucha, and Rogers. Rising is a good name for someone who bolts out the blocks like that. So it's Hallam's Greenhow, I think, battling with Conan Neal. So pretty clear as they come through with one lap to go. 23.09. It's about middling in terms of all of the 12 heats that we've seen so far for the first 200 metres. So Conan Neal looks like he's going to hold it on to this place. The Southern under-20 200-metre silver medalist with a best of 49.12. Neil from Greenhalgh of Sheffield Callum in the home stadium here. Another sub 50, 49.27. So that was a really quick last lap to come through ahead of James Greenhalgh of Hallam. Well, that concludes the heats of the men's 400 metres. Hannah Breyer, we've learned that you were over the moon with your latest BUCS title. We learned that you probably won't be going to bobsleigh anytime soon, unlike the rest of the Welsh women. You wake up at 8:30. Your parents, we think, are really proud and might treat you with a meal. It's been great having you. Have you enjoyed being part of this stream?
I mean, I've loved it. Yeah, it's a different side to athletics. I've really enjoyed. So thank you.
Well,
for having
you know,
me on.
when you retire, there's always media.
I'll think about it.
Okay, all right. That's Hannah Breyer. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your latest BUCS gold medal.
Thank you very much.
Hannah Breyer there joining us on the stream, and it was fantastic to have her input. So now let's just have a look at the timetable, and it's 20 past 12. We've got women's 400 in 5 minutes time. Let's see if we can get to some field action in the meantime. So let's have a look at what field is going on at the moment. So we've got quite a lot actually. We've got the high jump, which is taking place, qualification, the pole vault, which is actually a B final with an A final also coming up later, and then we've got warm-ups for the long jump at 12:35. So, athletes are there infield. They've got that spot as their camp rather than the lecture hall that Hannah was saying at the Cardiff facility, which is another great indoor facility. And do you know, they're so important during the winter in actually attracting athletes to come and train. Can you imagine if you were a young athlete and you had the choice between watching TV or coming and training and just getting to grips with the sport and seeing if you enjoy it? If you have an indoor venue, I mean, for me, that is an incentive. But, of course, that's no disrespect to everyone who puts in the hard graft and the driving wind and rain that we've had in the last couple of days. And throughout the winter, what about the snow as well? A lot of snowfall in Scotland that we've been seeing while the storms have been ongoing. And think about, Hannah was saying, the parents travel everywhere and the mileage that mums and dads rack up is quite incredible, particularly coming down from Scotland to a lot of national events like Sheffield and Bedford's. Okay, so just looking at the high jump, we've got pool 1 and pool 2 going on at opposite ends of this English Institute of Sport stadium. And we have 30 athletes in total, it looks like. So let's have a quick look. It is one of a few field events going on. As I was saying, it's the men's high jump qualification that is ongoing at the moment. So we've got Ethan Deere was the showing there, 185. So bringing the bar down. That is Sterling's Ethan Deere in the green vest there. It's that recall gun that sounds again ahead of his first heat of the women's 400 metres. Just looking to see if results have come through for the men's 400 attempt at the time qualifiers while we are waiting that to get underway. We'll come back to that in a moment. Let's have a look here. Don't forget, we did have a reinstatement a few minutes ago. There's a bit of movement. Yeah, it's similar. Well, that's really interesting because we saw the athlete disqualified and then reinstated before the Warwick man. I wonder... Yes, well, because again we saw the start gun not sound, but the recall sound go. So, yes, as Hannah was saying, desperate to get your competition underway. So Rachel McCann, Daniel Janssen van Rensburg, Caitlin Roberts, Katrina Scott and Charlotte Stamp. That was Amy Pye, who's off, unfortunately. And yeah, I feel that's a bit unfortunate. Anyway, let's crack on with this race. And Charlotte Stamp on the outside of York St John. Shout out for them. Also got Lucy Hadaway, by the way, here, so real chance of a medal. And we're going to try and give as many of the smaller contingent shout-outs. Charlotte Stamp leading this one at the moment. Having a look, athlete in the blue coming through here. I think that's Rachel McCann of Queen's Belfast. Have a look as they come through. Yes, 4:47, Rachel McCann, 57.07 from Charlotte Stamp. So those two qualify automatically. And just having a look here, good performance by McCann, Northern Ireland champion, Irish under-23 champion, Irish University's indoor champion, 54.12 at best. 57.07 the time there. Well, in the next heat we're going to see top athlete in Loughborough's Natasha Harrison, a European under-20 relay gold medalist, someone with lots of northern medals as well. Harrison was the lead-off runner for Great Britain in 2019. Already saw Georgina Adam, who won the 4x1 gold at the same event. There was lightning inside that stadium. Torrential downpour, but GB got a fair few medals. Loughborough Lightning is a nice alliterative term for their top athletes. It's actually the name of their netball team as well, isn't it? So let's have a look at the lineup for heat number 2. Kara Alexander of Solent, Natasha Harrison then goes alongside her. 53.67 at best. Over 200 metres she ran at the Northerns, where she got a bronze medal recently. Tia Anderson of Liverpool John Moores, Teresa Yanatelli of Cardiff, Holly Cherry of Leeds, Erin Minton Bradford of Hull.
Representing Cardiff, Teresa Yanatelli. In 5, representing Leeds University, Holly Cherry, completing the lineup. On the outside, in lane 6, representing Hull University, Erin Minton Bradford.
So when we next get a break in the heats, we will try and head over to the pole vault to keep you up to date with how that's going as well. I can tell you that the bar is at 4 meters and 20, and they are up to 3rd attempts at that particular height. So that has got underway within the last hour. So the bar's just been reset there, and I think Lex Dammit of Solent will next have his 3rd attempt. He's just sitting down at the moment, and so we're not missing anything at this second particularly as they settle into their blocks for heat 2 of the women's 4. So Natasha Harrison, this heat, she would hope to be pretty straightforward, making up good ground on Tia Anderson on her outside. The Liverpool John Moores athlete, breezing past them all really. Teresa Yanatelli and now Holly Cherry, and now Harrison into the lead. So 54.39 this year, she's going to hit the bell. 25.97 on the clock. Wow, well, what a start this is. And Harrison, I'm sure she'll ease up eventually, but going really well. Tia Anderson at the moment holding on to that 2nd spot, but it's very close. Looks like Yanatelli is in there as well. So Harrison comes through, and then it is Erin Minton Bradford who came through there late. 56.57 then for Harrison, who did ease up just, she came through the line there. Erin Minton Bradford really pushed there in the last 50 metres to try and come through.
To see the full house on each of these women's 100 heats. Lining up in lane 1 and representing Sheffield University.
So we've gone up to 4:30 in the pole vaults. And 8.82, that's Exeter's Idris Bevan. So Idris Bevan will be next to go. He's just here on your screen waiting for this attempt. So hopefully we'll get this in. Look at that mighty long pole. Bevan just building up to this. And if you haven't really watched much pole vault before, just enjoy this and watch how easy he makes it look as he makes it over 4:30. So brilliant, and Exeter really making some noise here. so brilliant. So straight over 4:30 is Idris Bevan. Fantastic stuff. And we will try and keep you across that if we can. So Damn It of Solon will be next. Nice clearance, initially very close to the bar, and yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Fascinating to see it slow down. So much happening at once. You have to be fast on the runway, then patient. You wait for the pole to bend and up to what's called the 12 o'clock position with your feet in the air, and then the tough part, you're really navigating your way over in what I call like the kiss goodbye, and the pole goes back down and you hopefully clear that bar and crash land onto that mat. Okay, so we're getting ready now for the women's 400 heat coming up after this. We'll bring you Lex Dammit, so he doesn't go over 4:30, and we reset back to the 400 start. Brilliant to get that one in. Laura Turley, Olivia Kimboa, Lauren Matthews, Sydney Davis, Rebecca Weeks and Annie Bell. So Laura Turley in this very unusually shared the bronze medal in 2019 with Emma Alderson, who hope to also see in these heats for Loughborough. Turley of Chester, also a former Welsh indoor champion, and she's the favourite in this heat. Lifetime best of 54.66. And you've got the Birmingham athlete then in second place of Olivia Kimboa. So Laura Turley from Kimboa then, who has a lifetime best of 58.10, and she's doing really well to get this second automatic spot, just holding with Turley, and actually wins the heat, which could get a better lane draw for the semi-final. 58.63 showing on that clock. Others a little way back. Only 2 time qualifying positions available, and that's across all 8 heats. So unless you're in the top 2, it is tough. So Kimboa just finding space on the inside. Doesn't matter too much, but could affect lane draw. I think Turley was in lane 1 here, and didn't matter too much for her. Of course, it becomes tougher in the semis, no doubt.
So doing the before, the heats. The 400, taking Rodney, starting in line 1. In 2, Reid Jones, Exeter. In 3, Lucy Mills, of Turley. In 4, representing Oxford University, Brianna Timber. In 5, representing Manchester University, Butterworth Reid. And completing on line 6 of York University, Laura Matson. Reid, the University of Manchester, second in the World Championships in 2021. Also being second in the Championships in 55.37. So Brian Reid in line 5. We're now bar environment 90 in the men's height up.
Okay, so that's the lineup for heat number 4 there on your screen. Got Katie Robbins, Neve Jones, Lucy Mills, Clara Hattenova, Bronwyn Reid and Lara Hansen. So Bronwyn Reid, the national under-23 silver medalist, and Welsh silver medalist as well last year, 55-31, of 37 indeed at best. So Swansea, Exeter, Edge Hill, Oxford, Manchester and York represented here. This is heat 4 of the women's 400. It's the top 2 going through and then 2 automatic spots, 2 non-automatic spots, I should say. So Robbins, Jones, Mills, Hattenova, Reid and Hansen. So decent getaway by Bronwyn Reid of Manchester, as you'd expect. 56.47 this year she has run. One of the fastest in the field. We've already seen Harrison, McCann and Turley. We're also around that bracket. And absolutely storming through. Around the same sort of pace as Natasha Harrison was previously. It's Katie Robbins who's in second place. And very big gaps now opening up. And I don't think there's going to be any change in these 2 automatic spots. So just how fast can Bronwyn Reid go? It was 56.57 for Harrison, and she is going to be just a tenth and a half outside that. Robbins qualifies also, and then just behind in third place is York's Lara Hansen. So we go back to the pole vault. The bar's now gone up one more to 440, and it's again the Exeter man that we're seeing here, Idris Bevan. So this is a B final, by the way, with the A final coming up, the last field event of the day. Here comes Bevan at 440 then, and doesn't clear. Just takes the bar off with his legs there. So incidentally, 440, I wonder if this information is correct, because Bevan's lifetime best is shown on Power 10 as being 390. But I wonder if that is just some of his previous results listed, because it also says that he's a Belgian international. So that may just be some of the information since he's been England based. So also have high jump action, as I say, going off 2 separate bars on either side of the stadium, the infield. So the bars at 190, third attempts on the left hand side that we just saw. I think it was just one of the Nottingham Trent athletes. So we'll bring you more field action in a moment after this next heat, all going on here. This is heat number 5 of the women's 400 metres, and it features Daisy Harvey, Imogen Shepherd of Birmingham, Molly Andrews of Cardiff Met, Emma Alderson, the other sharer of the bronze medal from 2019 that I mentioned with Laura Turley, Bristol's Hannah Morris, and Hallam's Hannah Roberts. She goes on the outside in lane 6. So Emma Alderson going off really well here, an athlete who's really good over 800 metres and kind of using her speed there in the longer event and her endurance in the shorter event. Coming through then, 26.47, and she's surely going to do enough to qualify. Imogen Shepherd of Birmingham is in second spot at the moment. Looks like that's Hannah Morris of Bristol. Well, it's Hannah Roberts actually of Sheffield Hallam. So Alderson dominates the race in 56.80 from Hannah Roberts of Hallam. Interesting, just the 3 athletes in the end taken to the start line. So we've got the pole vault and the high jump going on, and the long jumps just started in terms of qualification a few minutes ago, so we're going to stick more towards the pole vault, which is in the latter stages of a B final. And we've got Idris Bevan once again, second attempt at 440, and the bar comes off this time. I feel that the first attempt was actually closer, unfortunately for him. Okay, so that's where we are in the pole vault at the moment. So then at the high jump we've got 1 bar, first attempt at 195, and the other is third attempts at 190, a little way behind the other. So Bevan's going to have his third attempt at 440 in the pole vault next then. So here we go with jumper. Third attempt at 190 and makes it over. Okay, so that's Oluwajoba Ashiru of Nottingham, bringing you that third attempt at 190 in terms of qualification for the men's high jump final. So good stuff. And they are a couple of minutes ahead in terms of the high jump on the other side. And next athlete will be 7.95. Swansea's Kieran Short, I make it, and he unfortunately comes up short with his third attempt. So squeezing in that high jump and pole vault while there's no action on the track, and they're right ready to be called to their marks in heat number 6. Marie Kuvaeva of Bristol, Asher Root of Newcastle, Beatrice Green of Sheffield, Lenka Kubkova of Worcester, Elizabeth McMahon of Sheffield, and Marie Ndonge of University College London. So athletes asked to stand up, and let's have a look at who's in this. Nice victory for Emma Alderson before. Natasha Harrison won her heat. Rachel McCann did well. Kuvaeva, Root, Green, Kubkova, McMahon and Ndonge. So Asher Root, she's the Southern Under-20 champion, and 2019 she was the English schools silver medalist, best of 56.30. So again, a couple of athletes end up being DNS, so have to keep a closer eye for that. Kuvaeva is not there in lane 1, and Kubkova is not there in lane 4. So suddenly becomes an easier task for the athletes involved to try to make it through in the top 2 spots automatically. Really strong early performance from McMahon here, breezing into the lead. Asher Root of Newcastle now taking over on the inside. So Root now leading through the opening 200, 27.15. Beatrice Green of Sheffield in second place there. So Root, season's best this year of 57.16. And really the gap's starting to open up now, and it's quite simple for Asher Root just to drift towards the line in 58.27. Green also qualifies, and McMahon will have to wait to see if her time's good enough. Something around the 59-second mark. Possibly just sub 60. So just to update you that Bevan of Exeter has missed his third attempt at 4:40, as we're looking at, I believe the bar is up, now gone up to 193, I think I saw. Just out of shot there. Birmingham athlete there in the high jump. So yes, 193. And clearing here, athlete 782, Kelechi Aguacha, who will be surely one of the favourites for gold. Capable of going much, much higher, Aguacha. 222 performer at best. And you may remember he took this title in 2020, jumping 2:14 on that day. So not able to clear though number 780, which is Tom Quisa of Leeds Beckett there. But he still has 2 more attempts. So high jump, they're moving through their qualification pools. Long jump has recently got underway. So we'll just focus on the high jump, which is a little later through the qualification, and then we will bring you a bit of long jump as that begins to progress. And pole vault, just waiting to see if that is the B final concluded. We could see for a while we were down to just 2 athletes, and Bevan with his 3rd attempt. You never know, sometimes with a pole vault someone has passed and gone up higher. Bevan is certainly done as far as the B final goes, and that would mean that he wins it. And just double checking that they are packing up. So we look at the high jump there. So, by the way, in the long jump they are in 2nd round in terms of qualification, so we'll bring you some of that in a moment. Okay, so we're on to heat number 7, penultimate one. Fionn Mayer Roberts, Bangor, Mercedes Mercer, Manchester Met, Newcastle's Naomi Wilbram, Rachel Callan of Stirling, Angelica Operinde of Stirling. It's Rachel Callan of Strathclyde, Keisha Carty of Hallam then. Really good start there by Operinde in the green of Stirling. Motoring down the back straight here. Also going well is Fionn Mayer Roberts, the Welsh woman. Welsh indoor silver medalist indeed. And Roberts now into the lead on the inside here. She's going to hit the bell. Very close between 3 athletes. Operinde is there, as is Rachel Callan, the Strathclyde athlete. So good Scottish University representation. 2nd and 3rd at the moment behind Bangor and Fionn Mayer Roberts, and she's going to come through to win this heat. Rachel Callan 2nd, 56.79. Okay, so trying to keep you across at one point the 3 simultaneous field events. They're also going on between these heats. So we have jumping predominantly going on. The pole vault B final looks like they have indeed concluded. And then the long jump, we saw the first pool earlier. It was the first event of the day. It was a really good 6'9" jump from Jodie Smith in particular that we noticed on the stream. And then the second pool of women, they are just warming up at the moment, in the final phase of their warm-up, and should get underway very shortly. So you've got the men's long jump then. They are in the 2nd round of qualification. So coming in there was Chinedu Festus Okereke. Didn't manage to execute his jump as he would want to, the King's College man. That's his 2nd effort. So Loughborough's Joseph Connolly now will be next to jump with his 2nd effort. So here comes Connolly on the runway in the African violet colours. Here he goes, and just short of that qualification mark. He does get the white flag though. Keep an eye out for what he manages there as we shortly return to the track. Here we go. So again, a couple of DNSs, which is interesting. Deanna Clark of Nottingham, Mary Takwangi of Liverpool, no Ori Patience of Strathclyde, so it's Hannah Brown of UEA, Katie Wright of King's College, and Andrea Gilbert of Durham. So right on the outside there is Gilbert, and now coming through is Takwangi really strongly. Hits the bell 27.23 from Hannah Brown. So neck and neck between these two then. Takwangi being overtaken by Hannah Brown. Top two going through, then two-time qualifying spots across all 8 heats. And this is the last of 8. And Hannah Brown is going to win it in 58.68 from Takwangi of Liverpool. And third place is Deanna Clark of Nottingham. She'll have to wait and see if her time is good enough to go through, but really tough qualifying conditions, aren't they? Generally winning times have been faster than this as well, 56-57 sort of mark. So that concludes the women's 400 metre heats, and we will try and bring you some field action right now. And we have, as I say, still second round for the men in terms of qualification, trying to get through to that long jump final. So for the men, the automatic Q mark in the sandpit is 7:15. If we don't achieve that, that'll be the top 12. So here we go, men's long jump. That's a better jump, gets the white flag. And that's Leeds Harry Daisley there going in the men's long jump qualification. That's his second effort. And women's long jump now also underway. It's a red flag there. So 5:36 was the last jump for the male athlete we saw there. It's a red flag for 8:36. That's Northumbria's Zaid Jaria. So he gets the red flag with his second go. So showing you both the men's and the women's long jump simultaneously, and then in the high jump in the background they're up to third attempts at 193. So let's keep across that as well so we can bring you all of the action. Okay, so we're waiting to see who's going to be next to go. All qualification attempts here. So 2 efforts going on at the same time there. So let's have a look. We've got, looks like 791, Adam Berwick of Sheffield Hallam, taking the bar down at his third attempt, 193. And then you've got the men's long jump there, just waiting for the scoreboard to turn around. You've got the Glasgow athlete there. So Ewan Urquhart is in this for Glasgow, just looking to see the number. This is actually same colour, but it's a different university. It's Sheffield, and it's Rob Warman there with his third go, and he's measured 6:28. Bit of a shake of the head from Rob as he comes through and returns to have a chat with those down by the side. Also jumping there, the female athlete that we saw, Queen's Erin Fisher, and she measures 5:38 for Erin Fisher of Queen's. So next for the men, let's have a look. 8:37 is the athlete that's come up, and 8:37 is Nottingham Trent's Tommy Ogunyoye. So we'll wait for Tommy Ogunyoye's mark to come up now. Meanwhile, the bar in the high jump's gone up to 196. And looks like the other pool has concluded in terms of the high jump. I see 6:44 for Tommy has come up, Tommy Ogunyoye. Just quickly flashed across that scoreboard there. So keeping you across these three events. And then we have women's long jump, so 5:44 the measurement for athlete 061, having a look for that. And then the latest jumper is the Durham competitor Katie Shingler. So they're measuring her effort now. The men are into their third round. And looks like actually that the high jumpers concluded there as well. The pool showing on the camera, so both of the men's high jump qualification pools are done. So results will come through on the Roster Athletics app. So just the two events now to concentrate on, the two long jumps. We have just seen athlete 864, one of the Loughborough competitors. That's Charlotte Jones of Loughborough, so waiting for her measurement to come up. 6:33, the latest male long jump measurement showing on the scoreboard there for one of the reserve athletes for Brunel. So Jones 5:49 for her. Charlotte Jones 5:49. And Cameron Williams-Stein waiting for his measurement to come up now. 6:91, so a bit closer to that auto cue mark. 20 centimetres off it. And then in the women's event, switching back to that, we have just seen athlete number 222, and that's Bath's Emily Tyrrell. Oh, and that's a really big jump there. Gets the white flag for the men. So that's athlete 815. And athlete 815 is Joseph Gilks of Bedfordshire. So is he over the auto cue mark? So he is not, in fact, it's 6.98 for Joseph Gilks of Bedfordshire. Didn't see Emily Tyrrell's measurement come up for Bath. No jump there for the Oxford competitor. So we try and keep you across both. So the Oxford competitor looking out for the number there. It's Julia Johnson of Oxford. Okay, so next to go for the men. Reminder that they're on their 3rd out of 3 attempts in qualification. It's athlete 828, and that's King's College athlete Chinedu Festus Okoreko, who we saw a moment before. So he's waiting there for his measurement. .634 for Chinedu Festus Okoreko of King's College, London. So bringing you all of these jumps. So we've got a Loughborough athlete next to go. And that's Joseph Connolly once again. So he's getting the crowd going here. Joseph Connolly. So driving down the runway, hitting that board, really lovely jump. Does he get the white flag? Should be, yes indeed he does. So Connolly gets the white flag, 3rd attempt, trying to get as close as possible to 7.15. That is the BQ mark. So inspiration of the success last night from Loughborough that we saw. Red flag there for the female jumper. I caught sight that it was number 813. Looks like Manchester Met vest. That is Amy McTaggart jumping there for Manchester Met in the blue and orange colours. So results on the Roster Athletics app. Download Roster Athletics app. It's ROSTER. So Amy McTaggart, the Ireland athlete, 25 years of age, with a lifetime best in the long jump of 5.72, actually indoors as well. 4 years ago in Abbottstown in Ireland, lifetime best outdoors 5.41. That was 5 years ago in Latvia. Nearly said Loughborough there. So latest is the red flag there for 1.295. So some of the higher numbers are some of the substitutions. Typically, the large squads that travel here. And unfortunately, my numbers don't go as high as 1.235. So apologies for that. But great to see the lots of competitors. There we go. So it just tells you really how high the number of participants is if you have around 1,200 and more athletes competing. Some, of course, doing multiple events. Looks like that's Grace Morgan getting ready to jump, the Welsh heptathlete. We saw her in the hurdles, of course. It's a bit of space on the board, but otherwise it is a legal jump for Morgan. So one of 2 Cardiff athletes entered. We saw Sophie Bareham earlier jumping. So let's see if we can get that measurement for Grace Morgan. And all results on the Roster Athletics app. So I can tell you that the latest men's long jump measurement, Joseph Gilks, 5.96 for him. And we're waiting for Harry Daisley's jump that he's just done to be measured. Third go, trying to get as close as possible to 7:15. That's the auto cue mark. And for the women, the Nottingham athlete jumping there, just waiting for that scoreboard to be shown. So the Nottingham athlete is Samantha Baker-Jones. And she measures 4 metres and 62. Does the Nottingham athlete in the green, gold and whites. By the way, 5:90 is that auto cue mark for the women, just to give you an idea. So St Mary's jumper gets the red flag. That is Natasha Heyman. So no jump for her, unfortunately. The cone is just on the runway for the men. I wonder if there are any male jumpers still to have their goes. Might well be concluded there. A few more women, in fact plenty more to come because they kicked off quite a bit later. Watching live coverage then of these BUCS Athletics Indoor Championships. So we're watching the women's long jump, just short of the board there, but should still be a white flag, even if there was plenty of ground to make up there. And that is athlete 327, Glasgow's Lynn Harvey. So 4 metres and 12 for Lynn Harvey of Glasgow. So this is women's long jump qualification. If you're just joining us, this is the second pool of athletes, with the first lot having gone earlier. Exeter athlete here. That's Abby Mills, the sister of Holly Mills. The European junior medalist. So her younger sister competing for Exeter. Holly, we've seen in the colours of Brunel, also winning a sprint hurdles medal, as well as being a great long jumper, of course. So saw flash across there 4:41 for Abby Mills, aiming to get as close as possible to 5:90. 5:90, the automatic qualification mark. So results coming through after all qualification has completed on the Roster Athletics app. So we saw one jump of 6 metres and 9 from Jodie Smith earlier, another heptathlete. The jumps have otherwise been generally around the 460, 480 mark. So King's College, Nadja Schmidbauer before, and then straight over to athlete 861, Jaden Trubshaw of Liverpool, John Moores. So Bethany Denial of Liverpool there. And so athlete 869. Anne-Marie Franklin. Saw 412 coming across there. Birmingham athlete next to go. Here she comes. Decent on the board and well into the sandpit, importantly. So as close as possible, she hopes to get to 590. That is Hannah Jones. So 5:45 for Hannah Jones. So yeah, very few jumps we're seeing getting as close to 590. I think it will be the top 12 going through. Next we have Lisa Maria Trupold of De Montfort. So driving down the runway, let's see, hitting the board, bit of space there, but we'll get the white flag. Should be over 5 meters. Or Trubold. So I'll keep an eye out for that measurement when it comes up on the scoreboard for you. .548 has come up as that measurement for the De Montfort athlete. Okay, so we're still in actually the first round of qualification for these women, so plenty more long jump to bring you. This is the Manchester Met athlete next to go. Athlete 835. So 835 is Mariam. Looking up for the surname there. It's Mariam Omatoke Oluokun. And she produced a measurement of 4 meters. So quite a big long jump field. So you're watching live coverage then of the second day of action at the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. We have women's long jump qualification at the moment. It's the second pool of athletes. Here comes the Warwick athletes, and that's going to be a red flag. So just saying that we have the women's long jump qualification, high jump for the women. That is getting away just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. And shortly we'll have the men's 800 metres semi-finals, then the women's, and they will come up at 20 minutes time. We'll have a mascot race, men's and women's 3,000 metre heats just after 2:10, then 1,500 metre semis, 3:45 for the men, and 4:05 for the women, and then the relays are after 4:20. Okay, so hope that ties that up. So first heat then, or indeed semi-final of the men's 800 metres, and we had some absolutely thrilling heats yesterday that really whet the appetite for what's to come, and it's such a difficult event to predict. Here just the winner will go through automatically, and then 3-time qualifiers across the 3 semis. So Sean G, he squeezed through after being beaten on the line by his teammate Wayne. Saddam Kubi Al Nur, University College London, someone who went to the Olympic Games for Sudan, a great 400 runner as well. Lawrence Petty of Dundee, Eddie Hunter of Birmingham, a lot of support for him. Ollie Johnson, Michael Stevens watching for him, as is Samuel Davey. David Locke of Loughborough, Yestin Williams of Cardiff Met, though, is our leader. So 2 laps to go, 56.84. Kumi following now. Watch out for his final kick. Oh, and I think that's is that the Birmingham athlete Hunter pulling up there? Oh, we'll have a few disappointed to see that. So Eddie Hunter pulls up Yestin Williams from Kumi then. Our top 2, only the leader makes it through automatically. Sean G, expect to see him try and make a move here. So yeah, when Kumi's running the 800 metres, surely he'll have a good kick, but also has to be careful not to run out of it in the longer distance. As now David Locke of Loughborough goes to the front. And Kumi trying to go with him. He knows there's only one spot available. Automatically, and Kumi, is he going to do it? Run the shoulder. Oh, I think Locke will get there and fall over the line. Goodness me, 1:53.02, and Locke, he nearly fell into some blocks there on the side, and Kumi, I thought he was going to do it, and who was going to dip? In the end it was Locke. That was dramatic. So Locke on the inside for Loughborough, Kumi Al Noor on his outside, University College London. Did he think he'd done enough? Well, don't forget, that was qualification automatically at stake with just the winner. And I hope Locke's all right there. Well, interestingly, maybe we can have another look at that replay, because it has been given to Saddam Kumi Al Noor officially. Okay, so let's have another look here. We've got Locke on the inside of Loughborough, as I say, Al Noor on the outside. It looked to me like Locke did enough, but here, okay, so Kumi, yes. Well, that's extremely close. Extremely close, yes. Wow. So, unlucky Eddie, a couple of people saying. Go Tyler, others supporting, so I wonder if that is Tyler Billiard. He goes in the third semi-final. In the second semi, we have Dan Howells, who featured well yesterday. And Howells, fastest on paper coming into the competition, 1:48.16, his best. And well, he was fifth at the European Under-20s last year in Tallinn, Estonia, where the weather was fantastic. Nathan Brown of Loughborough, Oliver Telfer of Imperial, few of you supporting him as well. Ben Smith of Durham, Sam Brown Edinburgh, and Sam Stevens of Leeds, another who had a good race yesterday. Well, in a sense, they all had good races to make it through, unless they squeezed it and didn't have their best day. Live to fight another one. Ben Smith through the middle then. Sam Brown now on the outside here, coming through. And now hugging the inside. Another burst of noise as they come past the main stand. 27 through the first lap there, first 200. 3 to go. It's an easy one for a commentator. Brown from Smith. Which Brown though, here you ask? We've got Nathan Brown further back for Loughborough, Sam Brown at the front. 55.96 there, halfway stage. So 3 semi-finals, and this is the second one. Sam Brown now being overtaken. Smith now back to third. It's Dan Howells. Let's have a look as they come through. That's right, Dan Howells from Sam Brown, from Ben Smith, from Nathan Brown. Sam Stevens being run out of it, as is Oliver Telfer. They're 5th and 6th at the moment, just out of shot. So what a gap from Dan Howells, and surely he's going to make it through. Nathan Brown making a late move. Gap's too much though. So Dan Howells from Nathan Brown, Smith and Sam Brown, and actually finishing really well was Oliver Telfer, but he is in 5th place, and well, only up to 4th has a chance of making it through, really. Well, not really, just definitely. 1:53.62 is the time on the clock. 1:53.63, so interestingly slightly slower. Normally it's been slightly faster given officially, which has been, as Hannah was saying, a nice surprise. Anna Breyer was on earlier.
The lineup for this third and final race in round 2 of the 800. In lane 1, representing Connolly University, will be the reigning Northern Indoor Champion, Dominic Walton. In 2, representing Huddersfield University, Turley Oladite. In 3, representing Exeter, Ted Chamberlain.
So third semi-final coming right up. Dominic Walton then of Cumbria involved in this one. Ran a good race yesterday, just sat on the shoulder. Came through the Northern Indoor Champion, best of 1:48.95. Meanwhile, Grace Morgan in the long jump measures 5:17. And going back to the track, Adetomiwa Oladiti of Huddersfield. From 2, Ted Chamberlain of Exeter. Then in 3, Joe Wayne, the St Mary's athlete, just came through. Nice time finish towards the end of his heat. Angus Harrington of Cambridge, 1:48.90 at best. And then Tyler Billiard, a lot of you supporting him, 1:50.1 at best. Whoa, frantic stuff then. Walton, Oladiti, Chamberlain, Wayne, Harrington and Billiard. So Billiard on the outside now carrying Birmingham hopes here after Hunter pulled up injured a moment ago, sadly. That was in the first semi-final. This is the third. Automatic spot, just one for the final. 3-time qualifiers available. And we're waiting for the results to come through. I can tell you that 1:53.03, 1:54.6 and 1:54.65 were the spots behind the leader in the first semi-final. Just waiting for the second result to come through then. It was 1:53 sort of time for the winner, so it would be close based on that. 2 laps to go. Tyler Billiard in front. 55.81. Oh, it's also close based on those split times. Look at this, Samuel Davey, Finley Prophet, loads of people supporting Tyler. Thomas Crockett supporting Exeter as well. They've had some good showings this weekend, so they're going to come through with Joe Wayne in front. Billiard just being overtaken by Angus Harrington in the light blue of Cambridge. Dominic Walton in fourth. Need I remind you, just one automatic place. Wayne, Harrington, look at Billiard. He's going to squeeze through on the inside, and down goes Wayne. Billiard was trying to find space. Was the space even there? Walton comes through and takes the spot in the end. 1:53.06 on that clock. Oh, goodness me. That was drama. Joe Wayne, he squeezed through from the heat right at the end, and really well deserved place in this semi-final. So unfortunate. I wonder whether we'll get another look at that. No doubt Birmingham will look at that as well, and St Mary's. Okay, so we're coming down the back straight here, of course. This is the final lap with 4 men battling. They can't all go into one automatic qualifying spot. So Billiard, he's thinking, oh great, I've got past Harrington on the inside. Can I go for it here? You have to be so careful with your footwork. Well, I think it was his enthusiasm, his excitement to try and find space on the inside. And the St Mary's man went down. Well, all I'll say is that St Mary's will definitely be keen to look at that, and the officials will make a decision. Okay, so those are the men's 800 semi-finals concluded. Women's 800 coming up in a moment. So long jump also ongoing, of course, second pool of qualification, 5:90 the auto Q mark, as we've been saying. So just following this event, we have seen generally around the 460, 480 with a few exceptions. Athlete 861, that's Jaden Trubshaw of Liverpool John Moores. Big field in this second pool, and I will bring you this result. Keep an eye on the scoreboard for Jaden Trubshaw. It's just coming through now and being put onto that scoreboard by the officials. So 4:20 for Jaden Trubshaw. Okay, well, really exciting now. We have these women's semi-finals coming right up. So, just the 2 semi-finals as we look at this long jumper. So that is 8.69 that has just jumped there. That is Anne-Marie Franklin of Stirling. So, 2 semi-finals for the women's 800 metres coming right up. The measurement for Franklin of Stirling is 4:23. Let's take a look at this lineup for this semi-final then. Eleanor Robinson of Leeds, great performance yesterday to make it through. Annabelle Hobday of St Mary's, Louise Shanahan, the Irish international, Nia Riley of Liverpool, Bethan Morley of Loughborough, Louise Gilbert. So both Leeds athletes in this semi-final. They'll have hoped to have them split, but of course there are only 2 semis. 2 automatic spots, 2 time qualifiers across the 2 semis, potential of 4 to make it. Let's go. Wow, so really packed in then. Robinson of Leeds, she is the Northern Outdoor bronze medalist with a best of 2:13.11. Louise Shanahan, though, the defending champion from 2 years ago, running in the colours of Cambridge. She's just settled into the spot there in the middle. Irish middle distance running, particularly 800 metres. There's so many really pushing for those major championship spots. Georgie Hartigan, BUCS great in recent years, running in the colours of Ireland. These that she's added to that contingent. But well, Kieran McGeehan tends to do longer distances, but is a great 800 metre runner as well. You've got Shiva Cleary Butner, Nadia Power, Katie Kirk and others too. So just look at this battle here. Annabelle Hobday going to be overtaken, so 400 metre mark. And Hobday now off the track, unfortunately. So one of the Leeds athletes in front. Bethan Morley now in that 3rd spot. So it's Louise Gilbert at the front, Louise Shanahan 2nd, Bethan Morley now 3rd. Hit the bell. Morley, Northern Under-17 champion, 3.5 years ago, 2018, best of 2:08.28, 2:12 this year. Gilbert, best of 2:11, top 10 at BUCS Cross this month already. And she's in personal best form, and that's maybe why she was so strong in the heat. Morley now being run out of it. These top 2. After you, Louise. Shanahan from Gilbert, 2:10.06. And Louise Gilbert is delighted with that. And that should be another personal best for her. Morley in 3rd place, so a couple of seconds off that. And she still has a really good chance of making it through. I hope Annabelle Hobday is all right, because she came off the track there holding her back midway through the race. So that was a really exciting semi-final, and we've got one more to come in a moment. Okay, Erin Fisher of Queens in the long jump here. So just waiting for her jump. Red flag though, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the women's high jump will get underway in just over an hour's time, and then you have the men's pole vault final an hour and a half away. So Eloise Harvey of Brunel jumping there, 106.1.
Then we have in 5, as the Caledonian athlete Jill Cherry, bronze medalist indoors of the Scottish Championship 2020, and completing the lineup from University of Birmingham, second at the recent varsity match, Tippy Simpson. Semi-final 2, women's 800 metres.
Here we go then, second semi-final of the women's 800 metres, and there is your lineup. Jessica Norkett of Loughborough looked very impressive yesterday. Millie Dickinson of Cambridge, also 2:11 lifetime best, Watford last year. Molly Hudson of Leeds Beckett alongside her, Northern Indoor 800 metre champion and best of 2:08 this year. That's her improvement on her PB. Francesca Brint, well, you may remember she was part of the GB Junior team of the World Juniors in Tampere, Finland in 2018. Then, more recently, BUCS silver medalist behind Louise Shanahan, who we've just seen in the other semi-finals. So they're kept apart. Will they reunite in the final? Jill Cherry, then someone who's a great 400 metre runner, Glasgow Caledonian University and a Scottish indoor bronze medalist in 2020. Often seen her in the colours of Victoria Park City of Glasgow. Tilly Simpson of Birmingham, then someone who had a brilliant youth career, former English schools champion, England under 15 champion, and it's her who leads the way in these early stages, from Jill Cherry, from Molly Hudson, and from Simpson's teammate Brint. And David Brint, who I think is her dad, was watching yesterday. And, well, Tilly Simpson still leading this one. And they're going to come through to hit the bell. Tilly Simpson, Jill Cherry, the top two right now. If it stayed as it was, then these would be the two going through to that final. 1:36.89. So Jill Cherry really pushing on now to 2:04.94 at best. This is her first 800 metre competition of the year. And now Molly Hudson in second place, and the two Birmingham girls third and fourth. Will they be fast enough to qualify? So easing across the line in 2:10. Was also a 2:10 time just before. So let's have a look. 2:14 for Bethan Morley previously, and Nia Riley of Liverpool 2:22. While I'll be quite sure that 2:22 isn't as fast as the two Birmingham athletes, absolutely. So it's just a matter of whether they were both faster than 2:14. I think there might have been. So waiting for that result to come through. So,
Yet got to the starting list.
long jump still going. Bath, Semley, Tyrrell, the last measurement to come up, 5.72. So, waiting for the Oxford measurement to come up for Julia Johnson now. As we look at Amy McTaggart. So Johnson 4.79. McTaggart now jumping, really decent on the board. Well, it looks to me like they've taken the cue away, so that little cue, oh no, it's on the other side now. There it is. Just moved across. And we're waiting for McTaggart's Manchester Met measurement. Meanwhile, let's have a look then. Indeed, both Birmingham women were faster than 2.14 of Beth and Morley from the first semi-final. So 2.12.35 for Brint and 2.12.64 for Tilly Simpson. So yeah, I make it that they're absolutely both through, the Birmingham girls. So slight sigh of relief there. So those results coming through really quickly, which is fantastic that we can bring you that, and of course it's fairly simple maths as well. So waiting for some of the field events to come through as well on the Roster Athletics app. And let's have a look to see what's there. So we're just waiting for those results to come through. And no doubt they will soon. Let's have a look at the timetable now, as Grace Morgan prepares for her next jump. So here is Morgan, and gets the white flag. We have mascot races coming up next, so the chaos of that to enjoy. And then this long jump will be the main field event for some time. So let's focus on it. That's Grace Morgan, the Welsh heptathlete. And Cardiff competitor. So 5.31 for Grace Morgan.
Well, it's going to be an action-packed mascot race, because this year we have 3 races, and it will be the winner of each of those races, plus the 2 fastest animals in the race, who will go through to a final. Well, I've been told that we have a final. We've never had a final before. It's always been decided on the basis of utter chaos, to be perfectly honest with you. Oh, I'm thrilled to bits. Indeed, but being serious for a moment, let's talk about the why we have for the massive race, because it is in aid of the Danny Porter Foundation, as I believe it was in 2020 and in 2019. Danny Porter, MPE, is an inspirational individual who champions sport at Sheffield and across the country. And for at least 20 years, Dan was the driving force.
So Abby Mills in the long jump there.
He was inspirational to all at that university and the University of Sheffield. And his particular interest was in rugby union. And Hallam and University of Sheffield have held numerous charity events for the foundation. Dan sadly passed away after a strong battle with numerous cancers. And after his first diagnosis, it was he who set up the Danny Porter Foundation. And the aim was to raise money for good causes.
Nadia Schmidt-Bauer.
And what the foundation does, it provides donations and grants.
It's a white flag for her.
Charities who are providing research, support, care and equipment to people who have cancer or are requiring neurological surgery. It also shares Danny's experience to help others through their own experiences with cancer. It helps patients whose friends and family are struggling to provide the support they would like to due to their personal circumstances.
So 4:22 for Nadia Schmidt-Bauer of King's College. This is Trubshaw next. For John Moore's athlete, yeah, Jaden Trubshaw.
Competing for the University of York will be the Director of Sport at the University of York, one of Dan's close friends.
Well, it'll be the mascot race coming up next on track, so stay tuned for that as we keep our eyes on the long jump for the moment. So, athlete 869 is next to go, and that's Anne-Marie Franklin of Stirling. That was well back from the board.
That's convenient. They can have an argument about that, can't they? But both are claiming that they're going to be a roaring success. They're going to run with great pride.
So that's Anne-Marie Franklin then, waiting for her measurements. Hannah Jones of Birmingham coming up next. Franklin's measurement 4:29.
We have another line of Brian Line representing BUCS, who unfortunately over the recent past has always gone away with his
Hannah Jones. Oh, that looks like a brilliant jump.
He talks the talk, but he cannot walk the talk.
He is again short of that automatic qualification mark, but very few have got near it.
No. Who else do we have? Josie Mcdonald, representing Hull. Do we have another Mcdonald? Or just one? I'm checking my list. Because Night, I understood it was going to be represented by Penguin. They are another fantastic organisation. It's student run. And it exists as a non-advisory listening and information service for students, entirely confidential. It's run by highly trained volunteers. And on the back,
So Birmingham's Hannah Jones, 5.63.
contact details.
One of the better jumps that we've seen. True poles of De Montfort. What can she do? Another that gets the white flag, but a lot of space on the board there.
Yes, is running on behalf of Nightline, representing the University of Hull. And here come the competitors for race 1. I'm not sure, maybe a bit of a mistake when I put it on the track. I would fancy personally. I suspect when the Lions would beat you to it though, just got it up. So we have Lowry lining up on the inside.
So Mario Momotoki Oluokun of Manchester Met. We'll have a look for her measurements.
Representing Manchester. Where is Barnaby? Is he buzzed off? Has the bee flown in the nest? Barnaby, where are you? You told me you were buzzing.
Well, as you can see, slightly different next bit of action. We're going to have the mascot race. And looks like we'll have 2 heats and then potentially a final as well. Looks like 5:04 coming up for Oluokun. Right, so let's get on with this. We've got the Birmingham best there. That is one of the lions that we got. So Rory the Lion. I got confused there because 2 universities have entered a Rory the Lion. We have a Loughborough mascot as well, which is Thor. Interesting. Now, interesting that what shoes they actually wear, because I tend to think that is what makes the difference. As I was saying to Hannah earlier, you really don't want the feet of the mascot when you're running around a track. It usually ends up in chaos as well. We've got Alva the alligator from Cambridge. And then it's a matter really of looking along the start list and working along which animal is actually which. I mean, I'm going to say that's a tiger. So, tiger, crocodile, lion and Thor. So Rory the lion going well on the outside. Alva the crocodile. Heads come off. Interesting tactic. Oh, one's already gone. Struggling behind, but look at this from Rory the lion. A faller in the pass, but the head bobs from side to side. A wave to the crowd. Beats the crocodile, not within range of his bite. Rory the Lion for Birmingham wins 28.68. Thor comes through third, and then it's the Glasgow mascot showing then in 4th place. It's Gus the Tiger. Okay. Well, what do you make of that? Brilliant stuff from the mascot race, and also some important announcements in terms of raising money for charity here. Now, money is being raised towards the Danny Porter Foundation through this BUCS mascot race. Now, it's an aid of the Danny Porter Foundation for the 3rd year in a row, in fact. Dan Porter was an inspirational individual who championed sport at Sheffield Hallam University and across the country, and was a strong advocate for BUCS nationals. He was the driving force for the development of sport and physical activity at Sheffield Hallam here. Sadly, he passed away after a strong battle with cancer. After his first diagnosis, he set up the Danny Porter Foundation to raise money for good causes. He was honoured with an MBE for services to education and fundraising. So today, this foundation provides donations and grants to other charities, providing research, support, care and equipment to people suffering from cancer and all requiring neurological surgery. So money's being raised, and I can see that Rory the Lion of Sheffield has donated. Leeds University, Glossy the Goat has donated as well. Oh wow, look at this. So we've got the duck of Edge Hill. We have a... Do we get DQs in mascot races? It's a yellow card for the Penguins. So the Penguins running in aid of Nightline, the confidential student support charity. Fantastic stuff. So Penguin, Percy the Penguin is off and away representing Hull and in support of Nightline. Not turning out to be a good race for Duck of Edge Hill, who's having to hold on to his head. Percy the Penguin, Hull and Nightline comes through cleanly, 29-13. Brian the Lion in second. And then looks like the Manchester mascot in behind. Well, great victory for the Penguin, who will be delighted that he was shown the yellow card. I think we've got more mascots entered than ever before here. And it looks like we're going to have more heats to come, so hope you're enjoying this.
29.12, the winning time for the Nightline Penguin. So
So we've got Yorkie the Lion of York. We've got... Oh my God. We have got George the Griffin from Leeds in the dark green. Harley the Dragon of Sheffield Hallam.
Which I gather would get Dan up on the dance floor. This, I believe, was one of Dan Porter's favourite tracks.
So Yorkie the Lion of York involved here, George the Griffin of Leeds, Harley the Dragon of Hallam. What a race here, they're all holding on to their heads. A Town Called Malice is playing. That was one of Dan Porter's favourite songs that would get him up on the dance floor when we were raising money for his foundation here. And the Director of Sport at York University is running for them. One of Dan's friends. Harley the Hallam Dragon finishing, and they're all having a bit of a laugh down there. And Yorkie finishing as well for York. So Keith Morris running there for York, a good friend of Dan Porter. So once again we're raising money for Dan's foundation that he set up after his first cancer diagnosis. Honoured with an MBE 6 years ago, sadly lost his tough battle with cancer.
Track officials are going to get out the hole. Obviously some latecomers.
So the fourth heat coming up now. Let's have a look who's in this. I can tell that Glossy the goat is there, the Gloucestershire mascot. And what on earth are some of these animals? Looks like a dinosaur.
Sterling. I've heard he's barking mad. The Sterling dog.
Got the Sterling dog. Glossy of Gloucestershire. Baby Shark of Exeter.
T-Rex representing Oxford.
T-Rex of Oxford.
There's a genuine crocodile here, isn't there, in this year's BUCS Championships?
And yet another lion of Newcastle. So in one form or another, we've got Stirling, Gloucestershire, Exeter, Oxford and Newcastle. One of you pointing out that we've seen live TV involving masked traffic cones recently, so maybe this isn't actually that unusual in the Masked Singer programme, which is proving a huge hit. Hopefully, as is this BUCS mascot race here. So I think this is the last heat because we've got some actual athletes without masks and costumes on coming up next, just waiting. Long jump qualification, by the way, is concluded. So this is the last race of the third session, and afterwards we'll be moving to the new YouTube video for session 4. Whistle goes. Look at that droopy dinosaur. So Newcastle Lion, T-Rex of Oxford, Baby Shark of Oxford, Glossy the Goat of Gloucestershire. Oh wow, squeezing through on the inside, Glossy the Goat, T-Rex of Oxford. Looks like it's a very streamlined costume, possibly even aerodynamic. Baby Shark of Oxford, look at this, Sterling the dog, just holding on to his face. Dog comes round the outside for Sterling to beat Exeter. What a run, tongue out as well, 27-20. That's good for special effects, and the dinosaur head is now backwards out of shot. Lion comes through, dinosaur just rearranging for Oxford, and bites worse than the bark down that final straight. So that concludes session 3. We're now moving over to session 4.
So it will be the winner of each heat, each race, plus the 2